Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm coming on early because it's just been called to my attention that a guy named Tabloid by Alpaca, he doesn't even have the courage to put his real name up here. I think it's Drew Diligence using a hidden name, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. But it's the same type of person. Anyway, this mean person, Tabloid by Alpaca, makes the allegation that I'm paid by a hedge fund. I'm not. So he's a liar. He's also just spreading things that are untrue. I think it's Drew Diligence. I don't know Drew's last name. When I first came live a long time ago, Drew started calling me. I have him saved in my phone under the name MMTLP. And he befriended me. And I'm me. I don't have a whole lot of guile. I don't have the ability to manipulate beyond what all human beings have. We all have a little bit of ability, but I'm not good at it. I'm not good at lying. I'm not good at carrying a false narrative. And I'm not good at being mean to others. I'm not good at being a bully. I can fight sometimes, and particularly on behalf of others, and certainly in a moment, I can be angry, as you've seen. But anyway, one thing I remember he did is trying to pull me in, I think, in retrospect. He did an interview with me for an hour. Prior to that and afterward, he buttered me up by saying, "Wow, you're such a good person. Do you know how you answered that question?" When I forget the question, when you were asked this, you talked about, I forget the whole thing, but he said, you're a unique person, all that butter up stuff. He gave me an hour to post on my Twitter or my YouTube, and I could get viewers. I never posted it. Why? Because I've never done this about me. There are sometimes particularly when I'm angry, particularly when I'm feeling scared or alone, there's an aspect where I start thinking of myself and I want to get out there and it's about me. I'm a human being, but I used to start my videos, and I should do it again, and I should have done it this time. But I used to, before I hit the button, I used to say a prayer. And I'm not good at praying. I'm not a Bible thumper, but I used to say a prayer. Please help me make this video about the people in my audience and not about me. Please help me help others. That was my prayer. It sounds corny when I say it, but that was it. So this coward quotes here. I'll see if I can find it. And if I can't, I don't really care. He says it's fun tracking down criminal scammers. I'm not a criminal. He says there's no huge short position in Finger other than through the imaginations of someone, and then William Farron. I don't know. Frankly, I don't know how big the short position is in Finger, and I've made that clear. He goes after Tom Runk. I've never met Tom Runk, but I'm not disavowing Tom Runk. I don't know anything about Tom Runk, but I've looked at his data. I've looked at FINRA's own data, and I've watched the stock. I watched the Friends of Tabloid by Alpaca short over 10 days, 100 million shares of Finger. I watched it and I didn't see any buying back. I've never seen buying back on that. But frankly, I don't know. Why? Because the system hides it. But I don't know. Let me see what he says about me. There's one. Okay. Williams' affidavit said he had cash on hand of $10 and $5 in his checking account after 40 years of distinguished career on Wall Street. I doubt I wrote in my affidavit that I had 40 years of a distinguished career on Wall Street. Plus, you're asking William for investment advice, the guy who asked the court to stop his landlord from evicting him because he only had $15. I've only got 20 minutes before Richard Hofman comes on. So let me tell you that in 1999, I bought a house in DuPont Circle, Washington, D.C. I had lived in London for 5 years, and I saw what was happening in a city that was kind of the capital of the world, which had green spaces surrounding it, and it had transportation, metro, well, they call it the tube. And I saw how the development was going, and property prices were increasing and people were living downtown. I came back here, and and it's also with what I studied in for peak oil and other things. But I came back here and I said, DC is very similar. It's the capital. It's probably the most powerful city in the world. And there's a metro that goes out around it. And then there's a ring road, the Beltway, and people are going to start living downtown. So I was just back on a Christmas vacation, and I actually put down to buy my house. The guy that helped me buy it, the realtor, I told him I don't have a whole lot to deposit, but I'll buy it. So we had 60 days to settle. Anyway, I got it all done. I settled it. I paid $400,000, although the record will show I paid $440,000 because how they did it was they gave me cash back at settlement, which helped me give the down payment, and time houses weren't selling. Anyway, I got it done. It was a house with about 3,600 square feet. Totally, no one had ever done anything to it. The family that had been, or the couple that had been in it, family at one point, had been there forever, and the neighborhood had not gentrified at all. A little tiny bit, but not really. There were two liquor stores up the street. Anyway, it was totally different back then. But I was very proud to own it and buy it. And I made my payments on that property for I don't know how long. I don't know. I'll say, well, should be able to figure it out. About a decade, maybe longer. But in the crash, in the financial crisis of 2008, I was in New York with a friend of mine, and my account was and had been worth around $2 million for, I don't know, several years. It would trade up to 2.4, it would trade down into 1.6 million, but it was always in that range. I didn't spend money. I didn't go wild. I didn't buy cars. I didn't go on big trips. I continued to do what I do, which is raise money for companies, and which is by definition long periods of no payment. Then you get a deal done and you have a lot of money. But in right around 2008, my account collapsed from, just using round numbers, $2 million down to a little over 150,000 in less than a month. When it first came down, I don't know, it stopped somewhere. And I said to myself, well, that's all right. I can still pay my bills. It's not going to stay here. But it collapsed. I was largely invested without margin. I had no margin. I was largely invested in resource companies and oil and gas companies. And what I did not realize is these companies had, they would protect their revenue. They'd protect their forward cash flow by selling futures through Bear Stearns and other places. Well, it's a lesson learned, of course, an expensive lesson, but these hedges they put in place became worthless when Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers and others went out of business. So the companies collapsed. And I went through my state of denial, thinking that, oh, they'll come back. But my account never came back. In fact, it went under 100,000. So all of a sudden, I'm carrying my lifestyle, which wasn't much. Instead of doing it based on a large account, I essentially had a next to nothing account. Well, I was doing projects all along. In fact, I was working on 3 projects with a company out of Canada in uranium, in oil and gas in Denver, and I had a consulting agreement. There were a couple of other projects I was working on as well. I had worked on a multi-unit real estate deal, which my investor and friend bought, but the guy that did it was anyway, I don't want to get into personalities. My investor made $2 million. She should have made $4 million on that project. But by the end of it, after 3-4 years of working on it, instead of giving me my agreed 5%, she gave me 10 grand. I'm still friends with her. And I think I talked her up to 20 grand, but that's not much money for several years of work. I went into business with a young gentleman that I met at the Bottom Line. I went into business with him. I was best man at his wedding. He had no money, but he wanted to get married and start a life here. And he knew how to find houses, get them under contract with somebody, and then flip them to a developer. And I say, you know what? Why don't we I can get an investor. Why don't we start doing that? So we started, we did a few where he got a house under contract, flipped it, but he wasn't actually that honest. He brought another guy in, cut me out, but I didn't see it at first because I trusted him. I then found an investor, a guy I worked with at Merrill Lynch, wealthy guy. He inherited his money and he married a woman who had money. He just burned through accounts when he was a high roller at Merrill Lynch, and he burned through accounts, churn and burn. But he funded all this. Well, just to cut to the chase, once he met my guy, and I put this all together, once they met, they both decided, what do we need Bill for? Well, I worked for about, I'd say 5-6 years. I don't know how many. We did 22 houses. And I was cut out. Initially, I made a little bit of money, but the young guy was so lazy. Anyway, I don't want to go through personalities. I just want to get to the chase. So I found another young guy, developer, because I still was blinded. I was thinking it was the young guy that was screwing me. I thought my friend of 40 years was honest. Turns out he wasn't particularly honest. Because what it is, I don't think it's the people. I think it's real estate. Everybody cheats in I don't know what it was. But I brought in another developer and we worked on several properties together. I brought in a little bit, but that guy, they wouldn't listen to me because, what do I know? So we didn't make that much money. It was a learning curve for both of these young men. But to fast forward, I got behind on my mortgage. And there was no help for a white man, a straight white man. I went into the places that I could. And I'm just being blunt about it. And it didn't make sense to anybody. So I didn't get any kind of assistance. I didn't get any help, but I did this work. And then for about 2 or 3 years, Chip would say to me, I don't understand. Why don't you have I said, Chip, you're working with Steve and Lorenzo and you're investing directly with them and you're not honoring your word. You're cutting me out. But he'd blithely go on in his la-di-da, sailboat way. What does it have to do with me? So anyway, it comes up. We have this one big project. It comes up where I need 25 grand to give the hedge fund to hold my house. Lorenzo and Chip actually changed the ownership of the property. They went to the courthouse, moved it out of my LLC to their own, which I think's fraud. And I fought it. I got an attorney for my house. I did declare bankruptcy on my attorney's advice to try to hold my home of 2 decades. But I didn't have any cash. I spent my cash. And it's more complicated than this. And they have their own side of the story, I'm sure. But it's not much more complicated. So comes time with the court and the lawyer, a friend of mine who I cared for deeply, and I cared for her son very much. We signed an agreement. She'd buy my house. And it was in a friendly way. She'd buy my house. We'd develop it. And in my opinion, from living there and working with developers, once we develop it, there was maybe as much as $1.5–2 million profit. She didn't really believe that. and she wanted comps and all that. So we worked on it, and we worked on everything. She put some money aside, proved her funds. And at the last minute, I was working on another project, and I'm skipping a bunch here. I flew into Madrid to meet with one of my wealthy clients and a really wealthy investor. But before I went, I called her. I said, "Are you going to wire that money?" She said, "Oh yeah, I'm wiring it. I'm wiring. It's like 25 grand. Maybe it was 40 grand. I can't remember, something in that range." And she said, "Yes, I'm wiring it." I said, "Great, that's perfect. Once you wire it, they'll stop the foreclosure sale, and then we have time. It's under control. We can negotiate. You can have the house at whatever price you want." I told her, "You can have the first 500,000 profit. All I want is the right to live there in a friendly way. I'll leave whenever you tell me, but just give me time to get out of 20 years of living. And I'd like the right to buy it back before you sell it if I can. That's all I'm asking for. You can buy it for any price. You can do what you want with it. You can develop it the way you want. We can flip it. You can have the first 500,000. Well, she didn't wire the money. I landed in Madrid. I called back. I said, "Did you wire the money?" No. I'm in California. I'm going to wire it today. I said, "Sarah, the auction is at 11:50 a.m. in DC. Oh, I'm going to wire it. I'm going to wire it." Well, how are you going to do that? When do the banks open? 9 a.m. Well, she wired $440,000 after the auction, and a developer bought the house for he put up $2,000. He bought it for 1.425 million. He defaulted later, but he showed up at my door when I got home with 14 people ready to change my locks. He did not own my house, but he was going to come in, strong arm me out there, and put me on the street. I fought him every step of the way, and I had an attorney. But 7 months later, the hedge fund went to court and said, "Hey, this guy didn't settle." So the judge gave a new auction date. I unfortunately went back to my friend. I said, "We had another chance. And by the way, the house, you want a comp? The comp right next to me, the same house, sold for $250,000 more. $250,000 more. You can still have it at whatever price you want. Let's go to auction." And to her great credit, she got on the phone. She talked to everybody. But then my attorney called up and he said, "You know what you can do? You can declare bankruptcy and stop this." Well, I didn't have any money. So I turned to her, and I get upset with him. I asked him, I said, "How much would it cost, just hard costs?" "Well, it's about $400. I said, "I'll bring that over to you." "Well, you don't know what you're doing." So he was asking for 15 grand, 7,500 up front. I didn't have it. My dad was in hospice, and I had no one to turn to. And she said, "Just give me, I want the weekend." I kept saying, I said, "We got to do this." She said, "Why is he going to come in now? He didn't do it before." I said, "Because the house next door went up by $250,000. So she didn't send it. I went to a good friend of mine at what is my old office, what's now Morgan Stanley. I asked him if I could borrow 7,500. We were at Clyde's. And I said, "It's just for a week." and he's a top producer. I used to do every year more than he did. He said, "No, you're living for free. Nobody lives for free. I'm not doing it." So my friend who was going to work on this with me, she sent her money on Tuesday, the next 7,500 to her credit. God bless her. The lawyer submitted bankruptcy to halt everything. Wednesday, he got a phone call from the developer and the hedge fund. They said, we already settled on this house. And my lawyer, being, I don't know, trusting, said, "Oh, okay, fine." And when he called me, I said, "Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. When did they wire the money?" "Oh, they haven't yet." I said, "They haven't wired the money?" They haven't settled. When are they going to wire it? Well, they're going to do it. They're going to do it Thursday. And I said, so they said they had settled the previous Friday. They wired the money 2 days after my lawyer filed to stop everything. I think it was complete fraud. And I fought it myself. My lawyer gave up on me. I had no money. I went into the landlord tenant court. I fought it. I don't know, after 9 months, I reached the end of the road. And I'll stop here since it's 3:00. But that developer and that hedge fund worked together. They bought my house for 1.4 million, a little over that. He only put down $2,000. And he immediately, as soon as he got control, he listed it for $2 million. And I got zero out of it. And this son of a bitch is making fun of me for having $15 in my account. Drew, you're an asshole. Okay, I'm all done. I'm all done. I'm gonna send this link to Busy. All right, it's taking a second. I don't know why it's taking so long. Let me see. If I do this, my computer's so slow. No, cancel. Cancel. All right, add.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, guys, just stand by. He's trying to fix his actual computer, so it's not getting any audio. So just stand by, guys. All right, William, I sent the link to Richard Hofman. So whenever you see him in the studios, just add him in. Mr. Not Legal Advice, can you tell us some jokes while William Ferran gets his audio?
Sure. I got some William jokes, especially for the occasion. My friend William recently broke his legs and now is in a wheelchair. We call him Wheel I Am now. What do you call a committee made up entirely of people named William? A billboard. I own a pencil that used to be owned by William Shakespeare, but he chewed it a lot. Now I can't tell if it's to be or not to be. That enough, Busy?
You're cracking me up.
Bill sounds great. I like him like this, actually. That was an interesting way of getting on, by the way, Busy.
As soon as William comes up, I will drop off. Trust me.
Oh, you should stay. Are you shy?
I'm not shy, but I mean, take the time to actually give us an update in regards to the GTI, whatever you have. That'll be great.
Yeah, I will, of course. Can I just tell you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maybe this is the shorts. Uh-oh. I think Bill just froze. This could be the shorts doing this, right?
They naked shorted his live.
They did. They're over leveraged on the live. I think that's it. That makes perfect sense now. Is anybody else besides you and I able to hear this?
Yeah, the chat can actually hear it. Everybody can actually hear it. He's just rebooting his actual computer. He switched over to his iPad, but it didn't work.
Okay, that's helpful to know, so I don't say anything completely inappropriate. I appreciate that. I thought I was just talking to you. This talk about the case. Oh, I should talk about the case. So which case are you talking about? I know that you're probably what you really want me to do, because I know this is your favorite topic. You really want me to talk about GTII, right? Like, because that's Bill's favorite topic. I know that I saw last week it was like 6 hours straight of GTII. Who would want to talk about anything else? Right? Right, Busy?
Get me involved. You're the man of the hour, so you go ahead. I'm just over here trying to help William.
Okay. I guess he wants me to talk about the TradeStation case. That's what I'm guessing. So I have looked at it. Yeah. I've just this amount. I don't have the exhibits. I didn't get the exhibits because there's 2 exhibits. The exhibits, by the way, I think are the most important part. We don't have it. And I know. I can cut to the chase about this complaint. It's whether it's arbitrated or not. That's it. Period. End of story. If it's not arbitrated, then it has value, because then it's going to survive in court, because it will get kicked out of the arbitration system for some reason. So here's how it goes. And it's kind of interesting because it's timely, because there were some Supreme Court cases recently. Class action? I don't know. I would guess that there's going to be class action, because there always is. There's always plaintiffs' lawyers who are going to chase it. They might throw out 100 complaints, try to hit 2 and make a big score. But this is kind of it. So there's 2 contracts involved in this particular case. One is the customer agreement. One's the share lending agreement. I looked at both. They both have mandatory arbitration provisions, which requires basically any dispute related to this agreement has to be resolved through arbitration. Now, what Mark's argument, or whoever drafted the complaint at his office or associated, is because FINRA is a party to this fraud and to the illegal acts, that there shouldn't be in a position to be able to have an arbitration of this matter, because the arbitration provision specifically calls for FINRA as the arbiter. Now, that's different, for example, than mine. In my arbitration clause, it said FINRA. It might have specified some other ones, but it said it could be something like FINRA, because there's other, like NSCC does arbitrations, the DTCC does arbitrations, the SEC. So there are other places that do arbitrations. But they're in both contracts, and this is my opinion, by the way, not legal advice, so take it for whatever it's worth. Not my case, not my thinking, just kind of how I looked at it. But because they both have arbitration provisions, he's going to have to overcome that burden of showing why this case should not be arbitrated. Any case might end up well in arbitration. I happen to think FINRA arbitration sucks, to be honest. So I don't think you get a fair shake there. So I think if it goes to arbitration, it's kind of uncertain how it's going to end up. But what happened in the last couple of weeks that might be a positive sign with regard to us and arbitration, where there are 2 Supreme Court cases that came out. One, about 2 weeks ago, I don't remember who the plaintiff was, but ultimately the issue was the person filed an action in state court. It was shifted to federal court. Somebody then asked, pursuant to a mandatory arbitration provision, to send it to arbitration. The court did, but somebody asked for a stay. The court dismissed. Technically, what's the difference? If it's dismissed, the court has no jurisdiction to act. So let's say it was completely fraudulent arbitration that was going on. Maybe if the case was stayed, you could go back into court and you might have the court intervene in the arbitration. If it's dismissed, the court does nothing until the arbitration is over. So that was a Ninth Circuit case that basically said the case should be dismissed. The Supreme Court took it up and said if anybody asks for a stay, then the case has to be stayed, not dismissed, and reversed the Ninth Circuit. So that's number one. So that is a benefit because it provides parties more ability to interface with a court about an ongoing arbitration. As it is now, I have no ability to do that. So even if it were the case that my arbiters were terrible, unqualified, incompetent, and biased, there's not much I could do about it. I'd have to wait till we got into federal court. But this kind of opened the door. Number two is another case just came out involving Coinbase. And it was Coinbase has a customer agreement like every other customer agreement or, similar that requires mandatory arbitration. And what happened was apparently they had some contest that went on and a dispute arose between a customer and Coinbase about the contest. The customer claimed, I think I could hear you, right? The customer claimed that the mandatory arbitration provision of the customer agreement did not apply because this was a contest and was bound by different rules and a different contract. Ninth Circuit said, sorry, Charlie, you lose. They took it up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, you got to look at which contract applies. In this case, the contract involving the contest was not specifically indicated to be requiring arbitration. So the court let the plaintiff in that case sue, didn't have to abide by the mandatory arbitration provision. So those are two new cases that in terms of arbitration are positive for us. It gives us more rights, whatever. But the burden is going to be on, because what's going to happen is, so the complaint was recently served or they accepted service. I don't remember how it worked. Either, I think they may have accepted service or waived service. I think I saw that somewhere. So you could either serve somebody or if they agree, and this is in federal court.
That sounds like Bob Dylan. You have to serve somebody.
That's right. I see you, two pictures of you, which is great.
I don't know why, but
it's got like stereo.
I don't want to screw anything
up.
No,
it's stereo. It's wonderful. It's really interesting. I think it's ahead of its time, to be honest. So you can, in federal court, you can either serve somebody or if they agree, they could waive service and then they have 60 days to answer. We're in that period of time. They're going to make a demand. Now I'm predicting what's going to happen here. They're going to make a demand for arbitration. Mark or whoever is going to say no because this is involving a criminal enterprise and a bunch of other things. And the arbitration provision shouldn't be enforced because it's against public policy. It's, be against public policy to reward somebody for engaging in intentional misconduct or criminal misconduct. The court, the other side will say, thank you. They'll file a motion to compel arbitration. They will then have briefing on that. Then the court will decide if they're, oh, hi, Mark. How are you?
He left.
Oh, okay.
I think we owe a lot to him. I wish he hadn't gone yet. I wanted to thank him for this because I don't know, not your opinion, but I know that a lot of attorneys wouldn't even get involved because of the arbitration clause.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it.
He's hitting it head on, and I give him huge credit.
I think anybody who goes after it deserves credit, honestly, because there's just not that many that do it. And it's not easy. Obviously, it's just not an easy system because you're facing big money. Big money can do whatever they want, right? They could pay for whatever lawyers they want. They could provide campaign financing for judges, and it does have an impact. So anybody who does it is great. And I think he realizes that. I'm speaking for him, even though I'm not speaking for him. He realizes he has to overcome the hurdle of the arbitration clause. Well, and he's given that his
told me he can convert it to a class action suit if he doesn't get the arbitration, if he doesn't get the ruling that he wants on the arbitration clause.
I don't know
what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I do. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him about that. Perhaps it could, but if it did, it would. That has a long time frame. Right. To get through class action, have a class certified, survive whatever motion, you're probably looking
Right.
at a couple more years out. So
Ooh.
so that's good. Listen, that's good. But, for people looking at, immediacy, that's not immediacy, but you got to do what you got to do. You could see that you can actually see as we've gone through this, people try different things as things get eliminated. Because as one door closed, you kind of get an eye and thought about doing something else. Like, for example, for me, I said this a while ago and I thought about doing it. I elected because somebody talked me out of it. Nobody that we know and no bad guy, but somebody just suggested not to. But I thought TradeStation, I don't have a contract with TradeStation. I don't. So therefore, there's no arbitration clause that's going to bar me. I could go after them because they've indicated they diluted my shares, whether I have them at TradeStation or not. They've harmed me by dilution. Now, I don't know how a judge would go by that, but I think technically it's correct. The argument is correct. I don't think damages are substantial because, the dilution is probably very small. But if you were able to file that and through that, you were able to open the door and get discovery in that case, that might be really valuable. So I thought about it, was talked out of it. I see Mark's complaint. I kind of want to see where it goes, but I may do that at some point in time if I think it would be helpful, because I don't think I'm going to be stuck to, I'm going to get a lot of resistance. They're going to argue, but they can't argue it's an arbitrable claim. That's one argument that gets out.
That's
and
interesting.
Go for it.
I do just want to say, Jenny just pointed out I should get Mark on the call. The reason I didn't ask him is I believe for the next 30, 60 days, he probably has to be quiet because this is not yet you can explain it because you're a lawyer, but this isn't yet accepted in the hopper at the court. It's a complaint, but the judge can reject it. I don't know. I don't have the vocabulary. So I bet he has to be quiet until the judge accepts the case.
I would say like this. This is different. So
okay.
I've been kind of a loudmouth throughout. I did. And part of that is because I'm doing my own cases. I'm not doing it for a client intentionally that way. Yeah. So I can be a loudmouth about it. But if I was representing you, I can't do that. I can't. So I have to act differently. So I think it's Mark's professionalism in doing it that way. And that's the way I would more do it if I wasn't trying to. I'm doing this for multiple reasons. I'm doing the way I would not handle a case the way I'm handling the case. But the only way that people can be exposed to it is by me discussing it. So that's why I discuss it. He's doing it the appropriate way. He shouldn't be talking about it, period. He shouldn't be disclosing his strategy or whatever. And I've seen in the time that I've seen him practice, this is perfectly consistent with the way he handles himself, and it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course he doesn't want to give, what are we going to do? We're going to ask him questions. Let's say he's here. Mark, could you tell us what you're trying to accomplish?
I just don't want to put
what your
him in
strategy is.
What
your strategy is. He's not going to answer that anyway, and he shouldn't answer that.
I appreciate so much that he did this, as I appreciate his client, who I am not going to mention who it is, even though people out there seem to have the need to do so. I'm going to respect the client's privacy.
Yeah, and let me talk about that too, because I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to talk about it indirectly. Yeah, I saw people talking about the damage figure. Yeah, because the way I read it, it's somewhere $40 to $50 is what the number seemed to be, and
that was a range, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. I say 40. I literally said 40 to 50, and maybe trebled if there was a RICO claim or whatever. So it could be 120 to 150. And then there was discussion about what the impact is of this. So I don't know where it's going to come out, by the way. And those numbers could change too, by the way. So you could start a case. You could have no idea what your damages are specifically. You could have some idea of what your damages are. And as the case goes on, those damages could grow because things change, or they might shrink because things change. but that's your case, and that involves your specific facts. Because when I looked at, I think I didn't study it, but I saw the chart of the transactions. It's a specific to her, specific to the plaintiff's facts. So
Right.
everybody's facts will be different. I don't know. I didn't see them. I haven't studied them, but I know at certain times Johnny Tobacco put up a screenshot of a bunch of purported transactions that were of a different number. And I know that in March of 2023, somebody at TD Ameritrade said that they had been told that it was 3 times what the closing price was on 12/8. So if you do that, 3 times plus. So in the dark pool, it was trading at $300 plus. That was what they were told. So there's all kinds of different numbers and different facts. And there may be an expert. I've heard you, for example, I've heard you kind of value the asset itself. And I heard you yesterday actually talking about this. You discounted the amount of oil there, then you discounted the value of the oil, and you did a very, conservative estimate, and that gave you a valuation of $240 a share. I think that's
and then I divided that by 4 and came up with whatever.
Yeah, but there's probably a calculation you could do. Maybe not now. So the problem is damages can't be speculative. And
right.
You didn't say it this way, but I think
let me ask you on that. Finish your thought, but on damages, you're right. It can't be speculative. So if they come up with an engineering report, let's say in 9 months that they based the damages on, how do they go back and calculate what it was worth? I don't know, 18 months prior.
Well, somebody will figure it out. Somebody will do, just like, you do a calculation of, a stock based upon its income stream, and you're figuring it out. You're just doing it backwards.
But if the only data you have that can prove the reservoir comes in January of 2025, how do you say how much that was worth in January of 2023?
Somebody will model it. They'll figure out, they'll assume certain conditions, and they'll say A, B, C. Here is with A, here's with B, here's with C. Some person with a PhD attached to their name, and they'll figure something out. I don't really think that's, in my experience, finding experts to opine about things is not difficult, really. Whether they're credible or not is another thing. But finding, we've seen that, finding it. But damages have to be certain with certainty. So often that's a difficult thing. Especially MMTLP happens to be unique just because the way it stopped trading, not trading, and it's difficult to gauge a value. But, I saw people out there, and this was the point, I guess, people expressing concern about whatever they're doing in this case. Of course, let's assume this case is over and it's determined it's $50 a share. Let's assume that's the sake of discussion. Does that bind somebody else in a future case to that number? No, it does not bind them. But in reality, will it not be cited by somebody in the future case as evidence of value? Yes, it will be, but it's not a controlling thing. So it really depends on your circumstances, and it certainly depends on what happens from this point in time. How is this resolved? If it's resolved like you were suggesting through a class action, then, again, I'm not myself.
My point is, if the judge for some reason rejects this, the argument that the massive breakthrough here, it's buried on page, I think, 21, is the first 2 sentences of page 21. I won't reread them, but basically that FINRA screwed up, broke the rules, didn't act, should have acted, and then they cannot be unbiased as an arbiter. So
I agree with that 100%. I agree. Not only do I agree with that 100%, but I made that argument in my case, and the court did not agree 100%, unfortunately. So I agree. I think the argument makes sense. You just have to get a judge that it has a.
Well, so what I understand is if the judge were to say, I don't want to consider this, one of the options is to convert this to a class action suit.
Yeah, I'm not a specialist in Florida, in the rules in Florida.
Yeah.
If anything could be converted. And generally what's going to happen is, if it were out here, let's say it was California, there's a response that's going to be filed. I doubt if it's going to be any different there. So I guess if I'm not aware, because I'm not a Florida practitioner, if the judge can get rid of it without a party objecting, that's interesting. That's a lot of power from the judge. But if we're in California, the judge would have to wait for a party to object. And the objection would be like one of two things. They would either file some kind of petition to compel arbitration, or if for some reason they didn't want to do that and they actually wanted to litigate it in federal court, they could file a motion to dismiss or motion to strike, or they could just answer the complaint. That's kind of basically the only options available.
So what do you think? And I know you're not in Florida, but
I'm in California, by the way.
I know, but it's you'll move. Everybody's moving.
No, I actually, if you were out where I lived, you'd like it.
You're in LA?
I'm in the very, like 1 mile to the west is Ventura County. So I am on the very edge of LA County. I am just to the north of Malibu.
Of Malibu.
Yeah,
Wow.
inland of Malibu.
Wow. How many
That's
movie
why
stars?
That's why you see the snow in the background.
You're right. How many movie stars live near you?
Unfortunately, a lot. Because the next town over is Calabasas. Calabasas happens to be a haven, like the Kardashians live in Calabasas. And there is a little city next to Calabasas that probably nobody outside of Southern California has ever heard of, that's called Hidden Hills. Has maybe 500 residents, but all those houses are like 30 million plus. And that is the enclave only for entertainment people. Or if you're a quarterback, like the Rams quarterbacks, that's where they live.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hidden Hills.
Hidden Hills.
Wow. So in Florida, he's asking for a jury.
Yeah.
Will he get it? And how powerful is that in terms of payout?
Yeah.
Potential payout.
Again, I think if it were me, I would have no interest. Honestly, and it's great, but I have no interest in the case until we get through the arbitration clause. That's it. The rest
I
is
agree with that. That's the heart of this whole thing.
Yeah. The rest is like wasted energy because it's all good. It's all true. It's not like this isn't true. It's not like the claims aren't accurate. They are. I mean, there's obviously merit to the case, but if you're stuck in a FINRA controlled, that's another issue. So like, and again, I'm not making a ruling here. So this is just me thinking out loud. So in my case, it gave like options for arbiters. It gave me more than just FINRA. His case, it says no. And I looked both at the share lending agreement and the customer agreement, at least the general one. I looked. I didn't have the exhibit, but I looked at their form. But so Mark's argument, I think, is FINRA can't do it because they're corrupt, criminal, and I agree. Whatever adjectives you want to add, I agree, and add them ad infinitum. If I were a judge and I agreed with that, I said, you agreed to arbitration, so we'll just send it to another body to do the arbitration.
Oh.
Not FINRA. And how do we do that? Either you can agree amongst yourselves, or you could each submit two choices and I'll pick one. But I guarantee you, because I've been involved, judges can, if they want to, they could certainly kind of work around and still enforce the arbitration clause and not force Mark to be stuck. Now, this is a case, basically a first impression here. So it's a novel case. So what's really going to make this case go or not go is how sympathetic the judge is to us. If it's just another judge who doesn't give an F and just is in the court of the bad guys, then it makes no difference. If we happen to stumble upon somebody that has integrity and appreciates what's going on, then it's an easy case. I think it's easy in the sake that it's easy to understand that the plaintiff in this case has been wronged and that there is something amiss. I don't think that's hard to figure out. So we need a sympathetic judge. And I don't know, by the way, I don't know.
It's a man, I don't know his name, but he was appointed by Trump.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I have no idea. And, sometimes people fool you, and perhaps there would be, and I don't know how the rules work there, but let's say he was ordered to arbitration. There might be, I don't know, but there might be there's probably no direct appeal. So you can't go directly. You have to kind of work your way through the system, get a result, and then go up. But there might be, if there were certain circumstances, an ability to kind of go during a proceeding and get kind of like emergency relief, but it's very hard to get. So the best course of events is hopefully we find a sympathetic judge.
How long does it take usually when you submit this to hear back from the judge if he'll accept
Well,
it?
I think and I don't know any of this, by the way.
I know, it's just in your guess.
No, I was going to speculate about something that's happening.
Okay.
I'd speculate.
Okay.
I would guess if it hasn't happened, it's going to happen soon. There will be a letter from FINRA, from TradeStation Securities saying, there's an arbitration provision in this agreement and it's mandatory. So will you agree to move this to arbitration? If that letter hasn't gone out yet from their counsel, will be very shortly. And then there'll be a response and then there'll be a motion. That's what's going to happen.
So for the boo birds out there, they can listen and all that. But I was once part of an arbitration, and the attorney from what is now Morgan Stanley actually went out of his way to fly down and hear my side of the story. And my boss said, "Oh, let's just settle it." But he said, "No, I'll take it." So we went out to California for 3.5 days. Apparently, I just talked way too much. They would ask me a question and I'd go on and on and on. He'd kick me under the table. And at the end of the hearing, my attorney, Sean, he was great. He said, "Do you think Mr. Farron would not have answered the client's question? Do you think they would not have?" Anyway, I won the case. But what I learned, I was nervous as heck. But what I learned, it's 3 people. They're older. They're from the securities industry. They're on the side of the firm. And it's not really a place to win. So what my question is, in arbitration, will we, for example, get discovery? Will we see, at least as it relates to TradeStation, the so-called blue sheets? Will we get numbers? Will we get data? Or does that all get it? And is arbitration public? Is it all behind closed doors?
Yeah. So there's all kinds of arbitration, by the way. So far, have I ever participated in arbitration as an attorney? Yes, I have. How many times would I say? I don't know, 40, 50 times maybe in my experience. Have I done FINRA arbitrations before? I have now. I'm involved with one. Is FINRA arbitrations the worst of all of them? By far. Not even close. It's like almost If I wasn't involved, I'd be laughing because it's so bad, really. It's as bad as the theft. You know, it's kind of this way. The naked shorting, counterfeiting that happens right in our face. Why would we expect any other aspect of that system to be any different?
Well, they have it all under control.
But not under control in the
Except for
sense
us.
that,
Except
I
for
mean
us.
it in the sense that they are not even, at this point in time, they almost don't even hide it anymore. They're like in your face about it. And the arbitration system is no different. So they want to not be helpful. They're just not helpful. They don't care. So if you ask for discovery, and I can give you my firsthand experience. So let's say, would this be odd? Would you find this odd and would this trouble you? Let's say you asked for a document A and the arbiter said no. And the other side asked for document A and the arbiter said yes. That would be troubling. And that's happened numerous times in my arbitration. And unfortunately, the way it's set up, the FINRA related arbitration, that's what we're talking about. No, so anything except the actual trial. So if I want discovery, for example, like I asked for the blue sheets, which of course I did, amongst many things, and the other side says, no, we're not going to produce the blue sheets. I make a motion to the arbiters to produce the blue sheets. They say no hearing, no reasoning, and that's perfectly fine. And if you look at the arbitration provisions, if you go to the customer agreements, they warn you first. Arbitration, you may not have the same rights to discovery. You may not have the same rights to get documents. You may not have the right to appeal. It says it in the arbitration provision. So I probably had made 10 motions seeking to enforce discovery in my case, all denied, all with no hearing, and all with no reasoning. And in some cases, in my view, they didn't read my stuff. The reason why I know that, there was one in particular where the ruling didn't reflect stuff that I'd submitted. So I knew that the arbiters couldn't have reviewed it because they didn't include it in their analysis. And now this is way down the line. I asked to get rid of the arbiters multiple times. I did.
This is an MMTLP case.
Yes, MMTLP. I probably asked to get rid of the arbiters half a dozen times, maybe more. Filed motions, some with the director, some with the arbiter directly. So you can imagine if you ask the arbiter directly, please leave, they're usually not going to follow your instructions, and they also might take offense to it. They may not be happy you're asking.
Do you think any of the however you say the word, arbitrators are fair, or are they all biased?
I'm sure there are some that are fair, but the reputation, kind of what you said, but you were benefited by it. The reputation, it's protecting the the standard, everybody who's paying FINRA as a member of FINRA. It's not protecting retail people, because who could afford? Listen, if it's a small amount of money, let's say you have a dispute about 25, I'll make up a number. Let's say your dispute is over $25,000. One, are you going to find an attorney that's going to take it on a contingency to make $7-8 grand? No, you're not. And you, being the plaintiff, are you going to spend like $25,000 to get a $25,000? No. And they know that too. So it's a system that's really not set up to be fair. You have to, that's just the way it is.
Going back to, I understand you are filing against Fidelity, I think, for your own MMTLP, but going back to this one, it's your point of view, your contention that the first thing TradeStation is going to do is say, hey, this dispute is an arbitration panel is called for. What the Bazile law firm has said is FINRA cannot arbitrate this. So you're saying that the arbitration clause specifically says it'll be before FINRA, but that clause is more than that. It's that if you get rid of FINRA, you can replace the arbitration panel with a different entity's panel. Is that right?
What the obligation of the court would be to give the contract its effect. So if the contract and everybody agrees that at all point everything's going to be arbitrated, if that's what everybody wanted, then the court will find a way to give that effect. And the way they could do that is by assigning.
All right, let me try to ask it again. You've read it, studied it in your case, but I know it's not TradeStation's, but that arbitration clause that we all sign, can you break apart that it says it's an arbitration panel before FINRA? Can you break that apart and say that it's binding, that it's before it has to go to arbitration?
Yeah, I mean, that's what if I were in Mark's shoes, again, not telling what I do, but I think that's a difference between my fidelity arbitration clause, which shows some flexibility. In fact, I would use that. If I were in like that position, I would say, listen, fidelity specifically allows for arbitration other than FINRA. So you could give effect to that, even if you got rid of FINRA. But in this case, it specifically requires FINRA. And since FINRA should be disqualified, then the clause should not be applied.
That's what I think.
Yeah. So I would use like how others use the other arbitration provisions, how they're different. And this is different because, and I looked at that. That did catch my attention that it was specifically FINRA, not like mine where it gave options. So, but again,
the judge could say, the judge has a choice. Okay, Your Honor, agree that FINRA's out. Now my choice is go to arbitration somewhere else or come into my court.
Yeah, so this is where you get the friendly judge or the not friendly judge. So the friendly judge could say, you say FINRA's not qualified here, so I'm going to exclude the arbitration provision or something like that. And the unfriendly judge says, listen, you guys agreed to arbitration. Therefore, he could say, I don't see the problem with FINRA anyway, so let it stay. Or alternatively, okay, so you say there's a problem with FINRA, then find another party to do the arbitration. Because, you got to remember from the judges. So here's the court perspective. If the court, and unfortunately, this is the practical side of it. If the court allows the arbitration provision to be stricken, that means the court has one more case it has on its docket. And the law of humans is they want less work, not more work. And judges are no different. So if they can
because the other side will fight it.
Well, no, I mean, it's just if the case was sent back to the court and the court had to be the trial, they'd rather not. That's extra work for them. So it's not part of it shouldn't be part of the consideration, but I believe it's part of the consideration because they don't want the case.
So there's another aspect of this case, I think, that's
and by the way, we're just so a lot of this
it's all speculation.
Yeah, pure speculation.
Yeah, anybody listening, you've been gracious enough to give your opinion, not your binding legal advice. In fact, what you say is not legal advice.
That's right.
Anyway, I think another thing in here is he's arguing, or his attorneys are arguing, that the loan agreement is bust and invalid because they didn't perform their end of it. In fact, they egregiously didn't perform. They violated it.
Yeah, but
is that a big deal, or that's not?
Yeah, same issue. Has an arbitration provision. Doesn't make a difference unless we get out of arbitration. Yeah, unfortunately,
I was going to ask you if the loan agreement, if the lending of shares agreement is so badly violated, wouldn't that even be clear in arbitration, or they would side with
I have no expectation that any particular panel would be sympathetic to our position. It's not that it can't happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but my expectation would be, listen, it's, again, as you said, it's to protect the members who are paying the freight here, either through fines or contributions or whatever. And it's not to protect retail traders. It's to provide a kind of Pyrrhic remedy. You know, it's not real. In my view, this is not a real system of justice for retail. It's just a pretend. Here, this is what is out there. We pretend we have a judicial system that retail can use, but it's all pretend. It's imaginary, and it's not useful for retail. And, you know, part of it is also the way it's set up is most of these contracts don't have attorney's fee provisions. So if you had an attorney's fee provision in your customer agreement, that means that at least the brokerage would have to consider, well, I might be liable for a big amount of legal fees, and therefore I have to actually make an offer, something, because it's cost benefit, there's a risk, but they don't. They specifically don't put the attorney's fee provisions so that the consumer has to hire a lawyer out of their pocket, and there's no hope of getting the money back. And if it's a heavily litigated case, not involving a large amount of money, there's no way the legal fees justify seeking relief. Just doesn't make sense. MMTLP is not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the big picture. The system itself is really not designed to help us.
So couldn't you argue that the system, by creating such an obtuse layer of rules that makes it impossible for retail to fight for themselves, aren't they part of the racketeering by default? Aren't they? They're the ones violating the rules. They to make it impossible for us to avail ourselves of a fair system to fight back.
Well, I
guess you can't prove that in court.
No, but there is something what you're talking about, I think, hits on something indirectly again, is they have immunity, like FINRA. They have
immunity.
That's what needs to go. If they had to operate like every other business and they were at risk for their actions, they could cover the risk. It's not like they can't get insurance. They can get insurance. It's not going to put them out of business. But like everybody else, they're not the government. They're not the government. They specifically say they're not the government. So it makes no sense why they shouldn't be at risk like everybody else. And that would keep them in line.
I'm scared. Somebody just asked me to shut down one camera, but I'm scared to remove it because then it'll all end. I'd rather just leave everything alone while it works. So,
I only see you one of you anyway, because I only see it on my right eye. So I don't see your left view here.
Yeah, that's not very clear because I can't see here.
And I only see Lucky in the top right corner. I don't see him in the left.
Aw, Lucky. So
by the way,
when you combine
mine are Dante and Agatha, just for
Dante and Agatha, they're the best. When you combine with what you just said with on the other end, well, I was going to say something about that. It's self-regulatory organizations. So
yes.
They're regulating themselves. They change the rules, and then when we have a complaint, we have to go through their washed up arbitration system.
Yeah. And so you asked me, and like the way it goes is it's supposed to be depositions you can only have under extraordinary circumstances. And even though MMTLP U3 halt by definition is extraordinary circumstances, it still wasn't enough in my case to get depositions. Discovery is generally discouraged, although you can ask for requests for information, which are like interrogatories, but only for identities. and document requests are supposed to be limited, not excessive, and not fact-finding. Now, the other side was allowed to get documents also. I was not. But so be it. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes in the big city and under the guise of the FINRA arbitration system. But that's your limitations. So if you have a case going in, like MMTLB is, again, a really very specific situation because all the information is held by everybody else. And there's no way to get access to that information. So that's one of the reasons why this TradeStation case is so interesting, because it provides or could provide access. And, let me jump back. And I don't know this for a fact, haven't spoken to anybody, but there was a petition involving TradeStation, I think in Texas, to get the names of certain parties that was pending there. I think it was Texas. I think Nextbridge filed it, and I think there was going to be a hearing on it, and I believe the hearing came off calendar. So even though I have no idea, again, this is pure speculation, but if in fact that hearing went off calendar, that would suggest to me that someone gave someone some information. And as a result, they agreed.
Phil's iPhone.
Ham wants to join, so I'm gonna, while you're talking, I'll see if I
Sure.
can get him on.
Pork loin? I like pork loin. So
Pork loin. Do you like pork loin with mustard or with
I love mustard.
with ketchup
I'm a big mustard fan.
or barbecue sauce?
I can go with mustard.
Very funny.
So it's 4 of us now, right?
Well, if he comes on, I don't know if he's going to answer. Oh, maybe I dialed the wrong number for him. All right, he'll call us while you're talking.
So anyway, I suspect that there was information provided. It may have been provided in confidence. So pursuant to a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement. So let's say I'm going to make up a situation. So let's say TradeStation says, and I have no idea if this is true, by the way, but let's say TradeStation says, yeah, I'll give you these names, but you can't use them directly. I can't stop you from using them in litigation, like you're pursuing something in litigation. Let's say I told you Fidelity was one of the names, and then maybe in another proceeding you subpoenaed Fidelity, maybe based upon having gotten that information from some other source, being the settlement of that case. So and I don't know this for a fact, but it may be the case that certain information was acquired in that case. It was settled. It may not be disclosable, but we might see it in practicality because it'll come out in a different way. Might come out in discovery, something like that. But I suspect that's something that may have happened in the background. And if in fact that petition was dismissed, that may be the reason. Again, I have no idea, by the way. I didn't speak to anybody, whatever.
I know, and I haven't had a discussion with anybody that, any lawyers involved or anything. So I don't know. In this case, can this be the catalyst that brings Wall Street to the settlement table for everyone involved?
If he's successful on getting this past the arbitration provision, yeah, I think that's huge. If he can get this to stay in the court, then he can get discovery.
So let's just dream that it works. How long does it take before we know that it stays in the court and doesn't get rejected? 30, 45, 60
Well, there's going to be
days?
let's assume, yeah. In terms of arbitration, I'm sure it'll be resolved entirely about the arbitration issue within 60 to 90 days.
Okay.
Period.
So if that happens, let's say it comes in our favor and the judge says, I agree with you, I'm hearing it here. Will that scare Wall Street, or at least some number of the 105 broker dealers into taking action to cover the risk exposure they have.
I'll answer it differently. If I were
Okay.
Wall Street and I thought now that my arbitration provision may not stand up and I might face a lot of litigation that where I could really lose, it would influence how I acted. Of course it would.
It could also,
to the extent you had risks that you could take care of by paying them off, you would. But they're not at that position now because they don't believe they have that risk, because up till now, the arbitration is a safe haven for them. And, again, you can win. It's not like that somebody can't win under the right circumstances, but it's stacked against us. So
has anyone ever won going against a brokerage
sure.
arbitration clause?
Oh, against an arbitration clause?
Yeah.
There have been some, but
it's specific to that, whatever that case was.
Usually factually, very narrow factually, and it has to be like an extreme set of facts. There used to be cases where, there might be like a 90-year-old person who signs this document, doesn't know what they're signing. It makes it a question of, is that unconscionable? Is that just so inappropriate that we're not going to enforce it? Yeah, so there's contracts like that, but generally rare and very narrowly interpreted. And it shouldn't be, really, because if it was fair, because I participated in plenty that were fair, it can be fair. It's just the way they conduct it, it's so stacked that it's, again, you could win, but you're going to have to overcome.
Is there any other industry where the customer has to sign an agreement before they go in to the industry as a customer, and they have to sign away all their rights with an arbitration clause?
I know there's a lot of other cases that have arbitration, so I'm saying yes. I think I don't think it's arbitration per se, although if you were a plaintiff's lawyer, you would say arbitration is always bad because it caps your upper end. If you go before a jury, if you get the right jury and they're sympathetic to your position, damages can go, whoa. But in front of an arbitration panel, you're never going to get that. That's never
why lawyers don't take these cases.
Yeah, they just don't let you kind of get.
Does fraud puncture the protection of an arbitration clause?
No. Because that's part of the dispute. You would argue fraud is part of your claim.
Is there any way to open?
Yeah, there is. The only, I should back that up. So if there's fraud in the inducement to sign the contract. So let's say your bill, you're trying to get me to sign up with your company. We're going over the customer agreement and you lie about the customer agreement and I don't have an ability to kind of distinguish and I sign. Okay, that's fraud in the inducement of the contract and you might be able to get out of that. But otherwise, just because they screwed you during, sorry, that's just something you can complain about. That's why it's not talked about a lot, but this part of the system has to be changed because it doesn't provide what it suggests it provides.
So you get a law firm like Gibson Dunn, whose senior partner is now representing the two-time recidivist. That's an exact quote from the SEC complaint, Kurt Kramer. But Gibson Dunn also represents the SEC, and I guess probably helped write the arbitration clauses for someone.
Plus, they're getting paid big fees, right? So, BlackRock decides, we got a case, we'll hire one of these guys. It's cost of doing business. So we pay out, hundreds of millions of dollars of legal fees. So be it. That's kind of okay. We understand that. And the law firm making lots of money. And why would they want to change anything in that equation? We do, but for them, that's a great model because the company, like Fidelity, Abby Johnson, I think, is the chairwoman of Fidelity, and
Abby
I think
Normal?
and that's right. And she has the largest interest, and I think she's the wealthiest woman in the United States. She's like worth $40 billion or something.
Really?
Apparently,
Wow.
it's a lot of money. Even for me, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of squid.
Yeah. So, if you're in that position, why would you want to change anything, right? And if you're Gibson Dunn and you're getting lots of fees, that's kind of what they're in it for.
Let me ask you something. Do institutional clients sign arbitration clauses when they open an account at a broker deal or at a prime broker?
I don't know. They probably don't. The like interbroker agreements.
So we're the one that says sucker across our forehead.
Because it's the same law firms that are representing those parties and negotiating those agreements, and they won't stand for that as part of their deal. And they probably also have attorney's fee provisions in those contracts.
So when they screw up and they lose money, they come to us as the taxpayer to bail them out, but we can't sue them for their wrongdoing.
Well, you can only imagine that there's whatever, let's say, I don't know what percentage is, but out of $100, let's say they steal 20. Nobody's going to go pursue most of that, right? That's just free money.
All right. I have one more question.
I think they might steal more. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think they might steal more than 20 out of that 100, but whatever, part of their game, it's kind of like insurance. They get your money, they hold on to their money, they make money on your money, and that's part of the appeal.
Somehow we have to get, like you said, get rid of arbitration. I don't know how to do it. Go to Congress.
I wouldn't have a problem if, I don't like arbitration, but they could keep arbitration, just lighten up the rules. They could rectify the deficiencies, and they shouldn't be having an interested party act as the coordinator of the arbitration.
But then it sounds like they're controlling the information you as an attorney can get on behalf of your client. That doesn't seem fair. What happens to full disclosure? What happens to level playing field?
Well, I was thinking about this. So, right, in the MMTLP case, there's that FOIA response. It has a bunch of people named specifically, and they're talking, and this is December 3rd, December 4th, that time period. And they're talking about what's going on with MMTLP. So those are the documents, the FOIA documents. So those might be official records, maybe not. They're hearsay, by the way, but they might be official records. There's exceptions to hearsay. So they might come in a way, but maybe not, depending on who your judge was. He may not think FINRA is not a governmental organization. Maybe it's not an official record, whatever. So how do you get that document in? You have to have somebody who's on that document say, yeah, that's a document that I got, or that's a document I didn't get. So what you would do, typically, you take the deposition of like Sam Draddy, if his name was on the document. During the deposition, you'd show him the document. He said, that's your name, right? And you recall receiving that. Okay, now you've established a foundation for that document. And now when you're in that arbitration, you can enter that document because it's already had a foundation established. And the other side can't say, which they will, no foundation. How do we know this is a legitimate document? Drady's not here, whatever. So you ask for that. FINRA denies you the ability to get that. So you can have the document, but you can't introduce it in the proceeding because you can't authenticate the document.
So I'll go to these questions, but I have a couple of observations here. One is this client who's suing made something like $300 when they lent out their shares. I'm sure the TradeStation made many multiples of that.
Yeah, and the interest on the way those share lending program works. Number one, for a lot of institutions, it's their money maker. That's where they're making their money.
That's what.
And if they're paying you 20%, they got to be making 100%. It's not.
So I got two questions related to it.
Yeah,
Kristen Shaughnessy put it up, and I know someone else I can credit with it, but I know he would want her to get credit for it. But how can they earn that money when they didn't lend out real shares? They fraudulently created that income stream for themselves, number one. Number two, how do they book those earnings? And it's related to the first question. How do they honestly book those earnings when they didn't complete the simple task of settling the trade? How can they book earnings on commission, book earnings on stock loan when they haven't done it?
According to FINRA, right, 2.5 million shorts not closed, I think.
Well, I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
I think it's 2.5, 2.65, something like that. Shorts that weren't closed. So on those, I would say until those positions are closed out, they would be entitled to collect interest on those, I would think, because those are open short positions. They might be open forever.
Interest. But they haven't settled the trade in the first instance. So how do they book the?
They haven't settled the short position trades either. It's just like it's business as usual. Those positions are still open, so we're gonna charge you, and that's why that's why the plaintiff could get paid. But I was also thinking, another way they could do, another approach they could take is, we're not really making the decision whether we should pay it or not, or that she's entitled to or not. But we know that she has X number of shares, and out of the goodness of our heart, we're going to continue to pay her interest on those shares so that if we're obligated to in the future, we have already taken care of that because we are good sweethearts.
Oh, they're so good. It's interesting in the footnote number 18, McCabe says he has knowledge, quote, of an admitted shareholder imbalance from one single financial institution, which is multiples more than the 2.65 million shares that FINRA acknowledged.
Yeah, at some point in time, I was told, I don't know if it's accurate, but I was told, and this was in the count, so they hadn't really even done, they weren't finished, but they were like 600% beyond that number. And this was early on. So I don't know. I honestly, that's an interesting question. If in fact that was true, it would be interesting at some point in time to get if somebody knows the share count and it's not FINRA and it's not the brokers, but it's somebody friendly to retail, it would be nice to know what that share count is. Because somebody might know that. It seems like somebody knows that. There may be reasons why it's not disclosed. There may be actions that are ongoing. Who knows? But I think somebody might know.
Well, remind me at the end to ask you about whether or not people should move from MMTLP to NextBridge. And if you know how much has already moved. But I want to ask some of the questions that are here because everyone's listened so patiently to me and raptly to you. Arbitration equals RICO. Oh, in other words, arbitration is part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to stop on that. So RICO claims are not easy to prove. There was a time this is probably like 30 years ago. So it came out, it was designed to stop the mafia.
What is racketeering, by the way?
It's designed like organized crime. That was what's designed for.
What is it, racketeering?
Racketeering is,
like racketeer.
You're
How do you
running
racketeer?
numbers. Like, let's say you're old Chicago, you're running numbers in the back of a steakhouse. Right. You have a prostitution ring, all those kind of things. And
isn't Ham a racketeer when he plays
with
pickleball?
Pickleball, yeah. Or he's a pickleter. I don't know. However that goes. I forgot where I was going.
You were talking about what racketeering is.
So it was designed to go after the mafia. Then they decided to try it as a civil way of going after people. So it exists. But it's not
civil. It's civil law.
It's civil and criminal. It's both. You could have a civil one. You could have a criminal one. This one, the one that appears to be asserted in here, is a civil RICO claim. So the elements are very similar, but the outcome is very different. And in general, it's difficult. So that's why it's not asserted. At one point in time, every complaint. So like if we had two contracts together, requires two acts. has to be 2X. So we had 2 contracts together, and there's some other guy involved. Everybody used to throw a RICO claim in there because they thought it frightened everybody. But the judges thought it was BS because it was designed, as we started, for go against racketeering, real racketeering, not some business dispute.
Well, luckily, collusion to break securities laws is illegal. So whether you call it racketeering or simply collusion, you get in trouble.
Wasn't Jane Fonda in a collusion?
Is that a joke?
That was a joke. It was Clute.
Oh, collusion.
Yeah.
I used to think she was kind of cute, but then.
Yeah, that was about 40 years ago, though.
Then she married Ted, what's his name? But she's got a good sense of humor. I saw her on with Norm Macdonald. She's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, I thought she was pretty sharp.
And she has blue eyes like her dad. And
a great acting.
I was too young to understand why she offended people on war, because a lot of people were against the war. But I think the whole Hanoi Jane thing was a step too far.
Also, I think it's like, it seems to be the thing that gets people most perturbed when you burn American flags or support the burning American flags. That's kind of where you kind of go over the line and you lose sympathy, even if your cause is justified.
People don't realize how different it was then than it is now. But anyway, so David has this question. You can read it or I can read it to you.
Yeah, I see it. So the question is basically, can you ask the judge for the blue sheets? Yes, you can. And the judge can either give them to you or not, depending on what the case is. It has to be, has to be a case that merits you to receive them. I don't know what he's referring to, a case in San Diego. I don't know what case that is. So I don't know, but I'm sure, yes, a judge could order it. I know.
Can the bad guys, all right.
Mark asked for it.
Can the bad guys put pressure on the judge?
Yes. Well, listen.
All right, Ham, you're live. Richard is talking now, but he's glad you're here, so go ahead.
I just got off the phone with Jeff Easton's mother, and she said there's no short finger motion. He's a good boy.
Jeff Easton's mother says there's no short.
Yeah. And I said, Jeff, I said, he's a good boy. And I said, yes, thank you very much. I'm okay now. I feel okay. I just want to let you know that's breaking news.
That's breaking news. Headline.
Jeff Easton's mommy said he's a good boy.
Is he giving us the blue sheets?
He wets on the blue sheets.
I was going to say he needs a set of rubber sheets, probably, right?
Listen, William, I hear you've been under attack and people yelling, there's no short. Listen, everyone, I don't want to brag, but I will. I uncovered Kramer's by accident. I had nothing to do with it. They paid off a note. I jumped into it. I never thought anybody would fight, and they did. I was in finger motion before anybody was even around, and a short jumped into it. I squeezed that guy to 17. The stock came down. I didn't even want to pay attention to it anymore. Lynn got involved in it and turned into a shit show. And we got rid of them. We got Mark Bazile. I didn't know Mark Bazile from a hole in the wall. I'm not looking to put a team together to do anything. This is all fraud, and I just can't stand it anymore. I'm an old piece of shit. I got it. Anyone who's got a gripe, I will gladly go with them to the FBI, Secret Service, whatever fucking door you want to go to. Either you put up or shut up. So move along. I'm 100% confident Jeff Easton's the short. That's his pedigree. His stories, the Australian, these guys make money by destroying companies. End of subject. The Kramers, Savvy, Yorkville, they all do the same thing. All right? The SEC is protecting them. They don't know how to go after them for these fails to deliver. So they're going after them as toxic, unregistered broker dealers right now. But it's going to go criminal. All right. These guys are criminals. They looted everyone. Now, I don't know all the companies. Jeff Easton probably robbed 50 companies, it said in the Australian, William. Am I correct? He said he did 50 deals in that story, and that was an older story.
Right.
I don't give a shit about all those poor people that got fucking robbed. I do not care. Excuse my French. I don't care. I hope he robbed them all because they're idiots. I'm trying to help the people in KNW. I have no interest in it. If Jeff Easton, if you want to sit here and believe that he's going to change his stripes, good luck. I don't care. I don't care. I'm here because I'm invested in Finger Motion. All right. We've done everything possible. And thank God we have Richard here, because without him, we couldn't move this boulder anymore. I put it up that we've had exposed the short. We exposed the prime broker. Even the government told us there's a short. Where is it? How do we force it? I do not know. What's holding us back? One thing, the management of the company needs to put accompanying fundamentals so that we can fight back. Right now, we're standing with guns and we have no bullets. That's where we're at. So we can't do anything. Richard is trying to move the boulder. Please, if you're long the stock, contact Richard. He's the gateway to making this happen and go and get active and go again. Or maybe one day we just wake up and it just takes off like a bottle rocket, which I think it could, but I have no idea when, where, why, or how. Zero. I'm being honest about that. I just don't know when it can happen. Zero.
Yeah, I think that's really fair. I was going to say,
hang on. Richard's responding.
I was going to say, I think that's really fair, because that's the part nobody knows, right? Nobody knows the timing of a squeeze, or if a squeeze is going to really happen. We can look at the evidence that suggests it, but nobody can be accused of not knowing a date, because nobody knows the date. So how people hold people responsible for timing, the first thing you learn, right, as a retail trader, you can't time the market. That's like one of the first things you hear. You don't know. So everybody has to operate with that belief and understanding.
Well, the one thing we could tell, Richard, and I agree with you 90% of it, there's 10% that there's signs that show you it's ready to go. The big option buying in GameStop, these are things that start to show bubbles that it's ready to go.
True.
What stops us is we do not have the big institutions, the hedge funds that are ready to carry us to the promised land yet. They can come tomorrow. They can come next week. They will come, but we just don't have that. We've gotten up there a couple of times, banging on the wall like King Kong, and they just came down and just buried us with more sales. My friend was putting bids up for 500,000 shares at a clip, and they were hitting him in a second, meaning they were in a panic and had no choice to do it. My friend bought millions of shares, and they hit him all the time. So we needed to have 5 more animals like my friend, and we would have broke through, but we did not have it. That's how you can tell sometimes. But the rule of the street right now is that these guys have, a pass and are protected by the SEC, and we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So the SEC right now is turning the valve off and slowing down the stream of the naked short selling. And I will tell you that I really believe, based on information, that DJT is going to explode one day, for one obvious reason, that the next president of the United States, or a good possibility of the next president of the United States, is going to have this issue resolved before he wins the election. So I broke it down to where it's about 115 trading days now. Each day that goes by, it gets less and less. If someone wants to look at a calendar, give me an exact date. I know it's 160 days, but take away the weekends and holidays, you're down to 120, down to 115. He has to have this done before he wins the election, because he can't be the president and say, hey, can you settle my trades only? It can't happen. So DJT is going to hit the fan first. I attach Finger Motion to DJT for that reason. And the people that I know, and people that want to piss on Tom Rock or whatever, they are the ear. They got Devin Nunes's ear and his people. Okay. And now that they can see the activity in the marketplace, how fraudulent it is, they can see the data that this is going to move forward. And just as DJT was fighting, GameStop took off in the middle of it, which makes me even stronger because now Donald Trump can see the access to huge money by squeezing a stock. It's not just us. I'm sure his people are all laughing, saying, we can force this issue and print money. And I'm sure they're going to take advantage of it. And I can see them doing it because AOC said in a conference, we think Donald Trump doesn't have any money. We want to take it all from him. And he's sitting there, and now he has a way to fight back. He doesn't have to build a building. He doesn't have to sell a book. He doesn't have to do anything. He just has to expose the SEC and force settlement, and he can turn this whole game by himself. So you can't predict the timing, and I am predicting the timing. It's 120 days. That's going to go.
Yeah, I was going to, in answering that, the rest of the question. So the question was, I don't know. I do recall a San Diego case, but I don't know if you're meaning the Sorrento Therapeutics case, which was also a case that was in bankruptcy, and the judge there ordered the brokers to disclose the short positions.
That's all, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the blue sheets, but it actually was better than the blue sheets. That was each broker had to say what their short position was in confidence, and it ended up that the shorts covered.
So the one thing you just said, if this wasn't a problem, why is every broker, everyone hiding the facts for a market that's supposed to be transparent? Why is it so difficult to get this information? It's because they're all stuck. The market is complete fraud. That's why. Pretty easy. I'm not making it up. All the evidence is there from the economist, from the former chairman stating it in 2008 that it's fraudulent, naked short selling. The economist, the fails to deliver, have the regulators upset 2011. It's everywhere. GameStop, just look how fast GameStop comes into play. After the squeeze, it's completely, they try to get that name out of the papers. I mean, the stock just went from 10 to 80 and back down to 20. And it was like a yo-yo. And no one talks about, that is not normal in the stock market. That is not normal activity. That is fraudulent activity by short sellers that are overshorted and got busted. That's all it is.
You know what I was going to say is that the movie, and I've said it before, and I'm not the only person, but it really is the Matrix, right? It's the blue pill and the red pill. If you take the pill and you see everything, you can't unsee it. So after you see it, you can't avoid it. It's so obvious and blatant. Period.
That's how I feel. And when people attack us for speaking what we see, they have to have a motive because this is too obvious. I talk about stocks I have no vested interest in at all. Zero. I talk about them all the time. I care about one thing, cleaning it up and then drift into the sunset. You'll never see me again. I could care less. But if you don't want to fight, this will continue. And everyone that's on these calls, their family, their children, their grandchildren are just going to be losers. Whether it's a health company, look what they did to Peloton. Do you realize that Peloton was a company hiring thousands of people? They went after that. They attacked that company because they got caught short. And they did everything in their power to kill it. They did the same thing in Beyond Meat. They did the same thing in Taser. They did the same thing in Krispy Kreme. They did the same thing in Lumber Liquidator and Kodak. There was so many companies that were squeezed, but the attacks back by the short sellers are ruthless. Anything, they attack everybody. If a company makes a mistake in the middle of a squeeze, it's like they murdered people. They use that so much against you all the time. If Microsoft or IBM makes a mistake, it's just a 1 quarter event. Don't worry, they'll get back on track. You're handled very differently than a company that's being squeezed. And a company that's being squeezed has done nothing to create this. No one's sitting there bending finger motion is not there bending Jeff Easton's arm. Hey, can you short some more so we can go after you? Jeff Easton decided to be a criminal. That was it.
Yeah. Well, very low risk, right? If nobody comes after you and you could steal a lot of money. there is certain element that are going to do it.
They never thought that people like William, yourself, me, and all these other people that have joined in were going to stand here and fight them, not for a week, but some people have been here 3-4 years now.
So, Ham, when an institution sets up a DVP account or any account with a prime broker, do they sign an arbitration clause?
I don't know.
I doubt it.
You know, you were talking about getting, you know, most people who object to what I say are really nice about it, to be honest. So I have to give them that. But I get a lot of pushback because, talking about GTI for a second, is people don't want to. So I have to discuss it because it's public at this point in time. So, you know, I'm trying to lead a bunch of people and we're trying to get rid of management, and there's a process that we're doing. We need enough shareholders involved. So, and we're making a lot of progress. So we're
after you make your point, ask people for what you want to ask them right now regarding GTII, but finish your point first.
Yeah. So so in this process, until something happens, there is a informal lockup. So you can't sell your shares. There's not a restriction on your shares. I don't know what would happen if you sold your shares, but theoretically you're telling the court you're not going to sell your shares. So some people are upset about that because they don't want to be in the position when GTI runs from 3 cents to 9 cents that they can't sell their shares. I was just joking about the 3 to 9 cents, but I don't know if I'm really joking about 3 to 9 cents. So in my view, yeah, it's possible that GTII could squeeze today, tomorrow, a week from now, a month from now, 3 months from now, a year from now. But if you were putting that on the fact that Alpine would be out of business, it's more likely to be more than 6 months from now. And if you were to be involved in what I'm involved, it's most likely that whatever we're trying to do will be resolved well before 6 months. And the difference between what people are expecting, the squeeze of 3 to 9 cents, that's a 300% move. That's a great move. Versus if the company actually is a business and has revenue and has profit and the valuation, there is a huge difference. So somebody who's protecting their 3 to 9 cent move, I'm hoping for more like a 13 cent to a $5 move. That's what I'd like to see. And I
what do we need to do to help you?
Yeah. So if you're interested or want to find out more information, just email me at TESSLAW420@gmail.com.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, Tesla420@gmail.com. TESSLAW420@gmail.com. And by the way, whatever we are doing, nobody who participates will be paying anything. Won't cost them anything. No blood has to be given.
I'll do it. I'll send you I'll sign up with your project. I'll do it.
Yeah. But listen, if people feel uncomfortable, that's fine. I don't force anybody to do it. That's fine.
Listen, we need Richard to do this. Management is just dying, rotting there, and they need to do something. Either we get Mick Jagger and Keith Richards in here, those young 80-year-old people that can run around all night, or we need to do something. Find some 80-year-old people that want to work. All right. Yeah. We need a company that actually is alive. Listen, I have no gripe with the company. The company is fought, but you know what? It's a long battle, and now we need a business because we can't sell it to the world as a company that doesn't do anything. It has to do something. So there's plenty of people that want to come in here and do stuff. And let Richard get rid of management. We can kickstart this thing and ready to go. That's just the way it is. I can't sell everybody a Brooklyn Bridge. I can't sell them the bridge. It's impossible. It needs to have some fundamental value. Anything. Like I said, make bubble gum. Anything.
And listen, from a personal perspective, most of the stuff we have no influence on, right? We could hope and pray. Here's actually an opportunity to be part of a solution. So is that good for your pocketbook? It might be good for your pocketbook, not financial advice, but it's good for your psyche because you're feeling like
psychological advice.
Yeah, not psychological advice, even though I was a psych major in college, by the way. But yeah, it makes people feel better. You know, problem is like when people are getting stuck in these situations, they get depressed. And one of the solutions and one of the treatments for depression is action, is actually taking action, because that makes people feel better. So in this case, you know, again, you don't have to do it, but there have been like 500 people that have contacted me. That's not including everybody. And that's 500 people have reached out. So I really am appreciative to that. And anybody who wants to come on board and be part of the solution, please do so. If it's not in your cards, I don't feel bad about you, nothing, but feel free, anybody who's interested.
We just need any help we can get. Everybody, the more the merrier. I work every day and I tell people and I pass them to Richard. I do it all the time. All right. I'm not asking anybody to spend any money. We just want to try to get something in here. We've had multiple people call up and reach out to me, to Williams, or Richard. Everyone has deals. And all we have to do is any type of deal, but no one wants to give a deal to an 80-something-year-old man who doesn't want to work. Because once you sign over your business, he's in charge, not you. So that's the problem.
And, you know, the other thing is that, you know, they have a plan. So they're selling shares. So they're slowly just selling out the company. They're selling at a low price, but they're doing it regularly. And, you know, the thing that I don't know, so what happens somebody who's maybe at the end of the line who decides, you know, nothing's going to happen to me anyway. Maybe I'll sell, as opposed to selling 100,000 shares. How about if I sell 10 million shares and I get some money out of this? And, you know, maybe they'll come after me, maybe not. I'm at the end of the road. You know, we have no way of
You're
stopping.
talking about the insiders.
Yeah, I'm talking about the insiders have millions and millions of shares, and we are going on the that they're going to act in good faith by not selling a huge block, even if it's not proper. But why would we expect somebody to act in good faith when, and by the way, I know nothing about GTII pre-2023. So I wasn't involved, but I've seen the 10K and I've seen that the comparison to 2022, and something happened in 2023. Maybe they were the greatest management prior to 2023, but in 2023, it seemed like, you know, it seemed like they decided we're going to throw in the towel at this point in time, and we're just going to sell our shares, and we'll make money just by selling our shares, and we'll give the indication that we're interested in pursuing opportunities because that's what our company says we do, but we're really not.
And that's why we need everybody to help out.
Yeah.
So let's change the subject for a second, all right? Because I love teaching you about Wall Street.
I love to turn.
So, Richard, I just want to give you, I know you're an attorney, and this is not trading advice, but I will give you something that when you worked on a trading desk is very important to understand. When a big trade happened, 2 million, 5 million shares, everyone wanted to know who bought it, who sold it. And sometimes you would see the seller would represent or be well known because you could see Fidelity owned 4 million shares. They obviously were the seller, who was the buyer. A lot of times in the days of Ivan Boesky, Carl Icahn, corporate raiders, they would buy those positions and go over 10% and begin a corporate raid on the company. They would try to take over the company. So it's important to figure out all the players and where the shares were going. It's important to understand what's going on with the stock. And I studied this because I was taught to study this. And all of a sudden, GameStop happens. I'm not talking about before, I'm talking about now. The company sells 45 million shares at $20 to someone, not for $100,000, but for $1 billion. Someone paid $1 billion for stock in GameStop, a company that no one gave a shit about for the longest time. All of a sudden, instead of paying $10, paid $20 for it. Okay, Richard, if you purchased it, wouldn't you want to tell the world that you bought it? Yes. Everyone wants to brag about their position, why they bought it, And I can't believe that not one reporter has ever asked the question, who bought all these shares from the company? Who gave the company $1 billion, not $1 million, $1 billion for shares at $20 a share? And so far, Richard, not one person has put their hand up and said it was me. Now,
Was
imagine
it you? It was you?
what happens if it was Warren Buffett. The stock would be trading at $100 in a minute if that was Warren Buffett, because Warren would be basically telling the world, I believe in the company, I believe in the management, and I expect them to do great things with this $1 billion investment. It's like a SPAC almost. They gave him the money to make an acquisition or build a business. But no one said anything yet, and it's days later now. And these are the type of things that are filed immediately. So then if no one's going to claim it, it's like a lottery ticket. No one wants to claim it. Why doesn't anybody want to say it's them? It's very strange. So the stock wants to go up because everyone's excited about this investment, which I get. I got it. But to me, the more important thing is who bought that position. If no one's going to claim it, that means to me, and it's my opinion, and I don't really care what anybody else says. I've been doing this a long time. The short sellers bought it. So if the short sellers sold 45 million shares, let's say at $50, they just covered it at 20. They made themselves $30, 45 million times, or was that 1.2 billion, something crazy like that, in profit. And they closed out their position. And they won't file because they don't own it. They're basically flat now. And no one wants to talk about that. And if it does come out that the shorts did cover it or no one claimed ownership of this position, to me, that's a negative. Because if the stock starts to lift, the shorts will just start doing it again because they can see the paydays in the stock. Eventually, the company has to build a business. I think the CEO, Ryan Cohen, is a short buster. I think he likes squeezing shorts. He got in trouble in Bed Bath & Beyond. The SEC came after him on that one. Maybe they called him up and said, hey, you need to do this transaction and build a company and cut the nonsense out with the short squeeze. And it forced him to sell the stock to somebody, whoever it was. I don't know who it is. That's what it looks like to me. And I think I took that red pill from the Matrix and I can see it very clearly. That's what I think.
Yeah, I saw that. That was after hours on Friday, right?
Yeah, the funny thing, AMC did the same thing. They sold 70-something million shares of stock at $3.75. And I didn't see anyone bragging that they bought it. No.
Well, shouldn't it be disclosed by rules anyway? Full disclosure, it's more than 5%.
Yeah, but
Or
it might be next
10%.
quarter. It might be the next quarter.
Next quarter.
I don't know if it's over 10% in AMC, but it's massive in GameStop. It's over, I think it's 15% of the float.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that these numbers will show up in ownership, institutional ownership sooner or later. And I just amazing that Wall Street's so small, Richard, that if someone of importance bought it, everyone would know about it.
Yeah, it was just covering the shorts.
I know whenever Elon Musk would sell, you would see whoever handled his transactions, some brokerage handled his transactions. He didn't do it off market. And you would see that everybody knew about it who was in the brokerage business. So they would front run those trades down. They would know the stock was going because he'd sell. There'd be a push down.
All right. Ham, are you there?
Options. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said I'm looking at the options and I don't really see the 50,000, 100,000 calls trading anymore because that would be a leak. Someone knows that someone of importance bought it, Carl Icahn, Warren Buffett, whoever it may be. And I just don't see it. I'm listen, I hope they shorts get killed. I could care less. I want to murder them. But I think the company sold out and covered the shorts. That's just what I believe.
Hmm.
And listen, he got $2 billion in his pocket now. Who's better than him?
Yeah.
So, Ham, do you want to talk about MMTLP or do you want to leave us to the boring discussion?
I'll leave that for you guys to discuss.
Okay.
Again, the only reason I don't talk about it, I'm disgusted about it. I hope everyone gets their money. I hope more than anybody that you help get your money. I can't do anything about it. And, you know, I follow John Berger. I mean, some people like him, don't like him, but that's my source. And that's who I follow. And I recommend you follow him because he's not here to hurt anybody. He's a big holder and he wants to get out too. So again, I can't help in it. I don't want to make a decision for anybody because I'm not really knowledgeable on it anymore.
Well, you've done a lot with the truck and et cetera, and walking the halls. I was
I've done
with you.
everything I can to help them.
Yeah, I know.
Listen,
I know.
I would do anything to help people there. If anyone's got a beef with me about that, go fuck yourself. I don't care. I did everything I know in my heart. I did everything possible. I got John Berger on Charlie Payne. No one else did.
Did you work on a trading desk?
Say it again?
Did you work on a trading desk when you were on Wall Street?
I was the last guy on the trading desk, but then I figured out how to get into the fast lane, and I went from the end of the desk to the head of the desk with the head trader because I actually had some pretty good connections, if you get my drift.
You know, I've been doing financial news on YouTube for 24 years. I don't know where you were.
Well, one of my clients just passed away. Ivan Boski was one of my clients. He passed away. So,
He was a billionaire, right?
I knew a lot of fast money, very top end people back.
He's going to meet your mother in heaven, and she's going to ask him, "So, what did you do for a living?" That's what she's going to
Why
ask.
didn't you tell my son more information? Why didn't you tell him everything? You held out on a lot of information. My son was always concerned about those trades. He didn't know what was going on.
Listen, you could have made a ton of money and spent a bunch of time in prison.
Do you know who was the worst?
Steven Rosenberg?
Oh, I just went blank on his name. Oh, geez.
It wasn't Steven Rosenberg.
Arnie Madoff, is Bernie's uncle, is the worst.
Anyway, there was one gentleman, as I'm driving off his name, but we knew people on his trading desk. And when you go over, they had to report it. So he would give the traders on the desk a big order. And we all knew that he was going over. And the stock would start to go up. And he would do his sell calls against it so that if he's buying 1 million shares, he would be selling the equivalent of 1 million options against it. So his position is neutral again. And we would sit there, where's the filing? We used to say, where's the filing? Asher Edelman, his name was.
Asher Edelman. Oh, well, it's a long story, but with my friends in London, we tried to buy the Hotel de Crillon from Asher Edelman. I met him in New York, in Geneva, in Paris.
He also
he was on a boat down in Costa Rica.
I think he was also a wide receiver for the Patriots, wasn't he?
And he was a huge art collector.
No, it wasn't him, but he was
and he smoked cigars.
A slippery little fox. He was definitely a sly fox. You know, he knew that the information was on the street. He let it leak, and we all, like, his stock was 20. We jam it to 24. The 25s are worth a quarter. He'd be selling them at $3 to open. And when the deal didn't happen or he didn't file, those options would all go to zero because he was a dirtbag. But that's the game. So you got to really understand everything. And I study those things. And for people getting into the game, there's so many little things you got to keep up on. It's, to get the edge, it's just not guessing. So when I report on naked short selling, I'm not guessing. I'm looking at information that's right in front of us. And for example, for someone that wants to piss on Tom Ronk, he gets the data straight from the SEC, FINRA, and everyone. We get it for free because Dozer is poking at it and gets it for us every day at 5:30. I have nothing to do with that data.
Can you imagine the SEC and FINRA doing?
Wait,
doing
let me finish. If the data is so awful and so wrong, why doesn't the SEC come down and shut it down?
Well, let me ask you something. Even if Tom Ronk were a bad guy, does that change the truthfulness of the data?
I was going to say, can you imagine 30 years ago, 40 years ago, all paper tickets, whatever? How is anybody possibly going to do an investigation that means anything when they're looking? You know, it's like me. I go to my dry cleaner. Do I have to give them the ticket, or have they finally figured out they can enter it in electronically and they could find it? Or do they have to get the ticket and look around for 45 minutes to get my sweater? That's the way I can imagine.
You have to go to dry cleaner arbitration, sir.
There you are. There you are. There you are.
Listen, I think that the investigations need to start with the brokerage firms. They have surveillance. They have people in their firms, and I think they just look the other way for hedge fund clients who pay a lot of money to operate in the dark. So, you know, is Lynn paying off Jeffrey's compliance guys? You know what? I wouldn't doubt it, because they've been doing this a long time. They just up to 50 companies. This is their MO. And the one thing, Richard will probably agree with me on this, these guys are creatures of habit. Everything they've done before, they've continued to do. And if anyone wants to investigate them, I'm sure the investigation has been pretty easy to follow the paper trail, because it's been so easy, it's so smooth for them.
Why would you change? Why would you change what you're doing if you're ripping off people?
This is easy money. These guys couldn't be a waiter in a restaurant with more than 2 tables. They have no skills. So, Ham, yeah. No, I just want to suggest that because everyone tuned in to hear Richard's thoughts on MMTLP. So, but I don't want to cut you off.
You guys don't want to keep you. Go do it, Richard. Thank you again for your time.
Oh, thank you, Ham.
Thank you. All right.
I'm waiting for a call from Jim Jordan's legal team for my meeting. Hopefully, I have it at home in an email, and I will go down to DC tomorrow.
And
I'll do what I have to do.
He'll help get my house back. No, that's not what it is.
All right, listen, have a great night. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Good luck. Good luck.
Sorry, everyone. There were many people asking to get Ham on. I think it helped to hear his energy and all that.
It's always great to hear from Porkloin, in my opinion.
Exactly. So to get back to MMTLP, let me start. And people, if you have questions, put them there. Let me start by saying, number one, this morning, I listened in on Junk Savvy's call. She did an amazing job. There were several people on there that also joined in.
By the way, I really don't know what her I speak with her occasionally, but I don't know what her background is, but she is really smart.
She's a movie star by background.
I've never met her. I don't know.
And a law school star. I don't know. I'm making it up.
No, but she's super smart. And
I think she worked near you. And she's but what she is, she absorbs information. She presents it fairly. And I think she handles everyone on the calls really well. Yeah. But she puts in so much hard work. So does Busy. So does 100%. So does the client in this case. And so did Mark Bazile. And I took one picture of who was on that call, just not to leave out some of the names. I don't have it, I don't think. I guess I don't have it. Why does none of my computers work?
I can't.
Anyway, I don't have the names, but I think Curtis was on there and a few other people. Ordinary Angler. It was a really good.
There's a ton of people. That's what's it's so interesting is the number of just brilliant people. You may not even agree with them, but they're just the amount of people that really are smart and think about things, and it's really impressive.
Well, and I don't want to leave you out of it. What the criminals didn't count on was this 65,000 people coming together, doing what's right for the right reason. That's a motto of Netherlands Sewell Associates Incorporated. And I love that motto, doing what's right for the right reason. We're all doing it. And you do it, Richard. You do what's right for the right reasons, and you don't do it for your self-interest. And
What I
your
was going
mother
to say
would
is,
be proud of you.
well,
And
thank
so
you.
would your father, but I don't think he'd like your jokes.
Okay, but thank you. But I was going to say thank you for both. I was going to saying it's yeah, it's amazing how much effort it requires for everybody, because this is just to get it to where we are. And again, first time, it hasn't happened before. It's hard to get to this spot. They didn't count on the what the response was going to be, and they didn't count on the staying power.
They have, if there's 19 parameters, they have them all under control. But the 20th one, they don't have under control. And it's you, it's everybody. And we can't quit. We'll break through.
We will.
Because
We just have to keep
exactly
keep it up.
what you said. Once Ann Wagner or Adina Friedman, or I don't know how Gary Gensler could find any integrity, but once maybe one of his daughters will say, Daddy, is it true what I saw on the internet? And he'll go, oh, wait a minute. People are going to, once they see this, how can they pretend not to see it?
Yeah, because I think all of us, well, not all of us, I'll speak for myself. I had no idea this was going on. None. So why would I be different than anybody else who had no idea? And if you told me before I knew, I would be skeptical, just realistically. But now I think it's a joke if you deny it.
Well, I've without getting back to where I was upset, but I've been attacked by, I think this guy Drew Diligence, but I don't know. It's somebody it doesn't have the courage to put their own name out there. You know my name. I can't go do a research on you because I don't know your real name. But he questioned my Wall Street experience. I've never claimed that I'm any great superstar. There's 25,000 brokers at Merrill Lynch. I mean, and that's just now. Imagine all the ones that came in and washed out. It's not a big deal to have experience on Wall Street. But I'll tell you, one bit of my experience on Wall Street is I have done this selling of shares that get delivered later. I did it to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, sometimes to me, as my gross payout. I did hundreds of millions of it over years. So I do understand it. I do know it was legal in my case. We had to file the rules and had to deliver in time. But I've had the experience. I'm not making up what I understand that's going on.
I'm going to answer Nunya. I don't know if that's male or female.
Nunya is the best.
I don't know if that's correct. My point was that if you're in a dry cleaning business, you now have an electronic way of tracking something as opposed to just the paper ticket. In the securities business, before computers, it's a bunch of paper. It's a bunch of paper. And I don't know who's responsible for keeping it in a file, whatever. I can only imagine if someone wants to manipulate a paper trail, it's a lot easier than an electronic trail. It's my guess.
So if we can get it back, I apologize for doing my little riff right then, just defending my knowledge of some of this. But it just, it's one of those things, it feels like that expertise I had over many, many years, I learned that to help in this situation. That's all. That's why I brought it up. I don't claim to be a big Wall Street superstar, even though I was a top producer for a long, long time, but I don't claim to be anybody special. So anyway,
you're going to ask me, I'm going to go back to the question you asked about moving to AST.
That's the one I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, I know. So you asked me that and you wanted to go back to. So I'm in a unique position because I'm afraid that if I did, I would, because I'm in arbitration with Fidelity, that if I move my shares out of Fidelity, that I would not be able to pursue relief. But if I were not pursuing relief with Fidelity, I would move my shares to AST. It's not a recommendation. That just seems to me, that's what I would do. And if someone asked me, that's what I would tell them I would do. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. If one were to move to the transfer agent, AST, Equinity, does one give up any of the possible benefits if you just stayed at MMTLP?
Yeah, I don't know, but I can't see any. And
Right.
I'd be surprised if there were any, but you never know. You know, there could be, we're not experts in it. We've never had this position. So could something pop up? Sure. But I don't see it. And it wouldn't stop me from moving, personally, it wouldn't stop me from moving my shares.
Would here, let's see if Busy wants to say something. Oh, he's here. All right, I got you. I'll add him to the stage. All right, he's there.
Is that Busy Brands?
Busy Brands is on the stage.
Hey, I sent you guys both a link. Please take a look over, and you guys can talk about that.
We'll talk about whatever you say. Junk Savvy
I don't
says,
see it.
Junk Savvy says, court issues summons for TradeStation and FINRA in Bazille law firms, Florida RICO and securities fraud lawsuit.
So that's kind of what when I was talking about how we would do it in California.
Drop down. I sent it to your, I sent you via text, Richard.
Thank you,
Okay.
Busy. You're the best.
Yeah, you're great, Busy.
Busybody.
Busy's my hero. Yeah, so.
And thank you for your service.
Okay. So
He's a vet. He's a vet.
Oh, he's great. Busy is great. And he does get things done.
He does.
So if it
okay, but here's what it says.
Okay.
Within 21 days after service of this summons,
you have to respond to the complaint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says. But I think they agreed to accept service. They waived service. I think they did.
That was for JPII, wasn't it? For Kurt Kramer?
Oh, maybe it was Kramer. You're right. That is Kramer. I mix up the criminals. So yeah, you're right. So I have 21 days.
They are interchangeable.
Yeah, they are. 21 days to respond. They could ask for an extension to the plaintiff's attorneys, or they could ask for an extension to the court if they need one. But what'll happen is my guess is the response will be that motion to compel arbitration or petition to compel arbitration. And it'll either happen within 21 days or if there's an extension.
It says within a lawsuit has been filed against you. This went to FINRA.
Yeah.
Within 21 days after service of this summons.
Yeah.
Or 60 days if you were outside the United States or something.
Yeah.
You must serve the plaintiff with an answer, basically, I guess.
Yeah, and the difference, so in federal, it's 21 days by statute and code, I guess. And in state, like in California, it's 30 days, slightly different period of time.
All right. So I was going to ask you a question. Now I vaguely remember what it was. If you move to Nextbridge and there's some sort of resolution or settlement, probably you can't give advice. I can't either, but probably you're not going to miss out on anything if you stayed in MMTLP, if you had moved to Nextbridge. But what I want to ask you, it's a little more esoteric, I think.
Yeah, let me stop you for a second.
Okay, all right.
So in Dole, you've heard of the Dole case.
I do.
Yeah. So in essence, what happened, they found out there was too many shares outstanding.
Yeah.
And there was more shares outstanding than should have been. So let's say I'll use a number. Let's say there should have been 20 million shares, but there actually was 25 million. So the 20 million got paid off. The 5 million had to go after their brokers to get compensation. So I don't know if there's in some situation, if you're at your broker or not at your broker, or you're at AST and they find there's an excess number of shares, that there couldn't be some different treatment, because maybe some would be legit because they would be able to track them, and some would be the counterfeit part. And maybe the court would treat them differently, like they did in Dole Pineapple, and they had to pursue relief against their brokers. The difference was when they pursued relief against the brokers, they got paid because the brokers had to compensate them, but they still had to do that. So arguably,
and somebody had to pay for that legal work.
Yes, somebody had to pay for that. They might have gotten fees. I don't know if they got fees, but so arguably, if you moved, could there be some odd situation where there would be different remedies based upon whether you were a counterfeit share or a legitimate share. Yeah, but I don't think you could predict that, and I wouldn't base my actions on that.
And I think McCabe, luckily, is on our side. But so let me ask you this. Right now, you could use the dry cleaning analogy. You have that shit to go pick up your, I don't know, your suit. Right now, that shit is worth the value of your $2,000 suit or whatever you paid for it. But if you somehow went past the deadline or somehow ignored it, that shit just becomes worth what you might be able to sue the dry cleaner for. My point is, what happens after the bus gets full at AST and your MMTLP no longer can automatically be transferred into NextBridge shares? What is that really worth at that point? It no longer has the value, the implied value of one share of NextBridge. It just has what can be earned in a lawsuit, it seems to me.
Well, but you would use the value of NextBridge as evidence of what the value of the share is.
Okay.
I mean, and again, somebody would figure out a number and they'd be able to calculate it and they would present it and it would be acceptable evidence in court.
Okay. So maybe it doesn't really matter. I mean,
I just kind of gave extreme circumstance because, that's what we do. We find out exceptions. So there's always exceptions, but all I could say is if it me personally, this is what I would do. And I'm not just saying, I'm not doing it to recommendation. It's really what I would do if I didn't have to be bound.
I did it, and I'm adamant that people should move over to the transfer agent, and I think it's reckless not to, but that's just me.
I know that my impression is strongly that management would like us to do that.
Yeah. By the way, and if you can't tell us, don't tell us, but have you ever heard a sense of how many shares have already transferred over?
I've asked, but no.
Yeah, I don't know a number either.
Yeah. I asked people I thought would know, but they didn't know.
Look at that. Back in the year 2000, I remember the name Jerry Spence. He wouldn't take the case.
Yeah. He was a big timer too.
She was an architect. I don't know who was an architect. Well, the other thing I saw in here, since I don't see any questions that really struck me, is that they put in, I think it's footnote 8, let me find it, that there were trades that were executed. No, footnote 7 on page 8. Shares were executed up to $2,400 a share, and money was put in people's account, and then it was reversed. I've never heard of such a thing.
Well, I heard, and I don't know, I don't have any detail, but I heard recently outside the United States, I don't remember where it was, Singapore maybe, that MMTLP was trading over $1,000 a share. I mean that recently. I don't mean 6 months ago.
I heard on a space call because I asked the question, and I'm not gonna say who, but people remember, a really smart person answered. And what I remember I was told is that in Poland it's trading at like 1,200 or so a share.
Why can't we trade it in Poland then?
Well, I'm really worried, and I'm not trying to cause any aspersions on anyone. I'm really worried that if they trade on blockchain, they're going to create credit default swaps, which are basically documents that hedge the risk and screw up the market price discovery. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I might just be seeing ghosts. But...
No, I've heard that. You I've talked about that too, by the way. So
privately. So I'm not sitting here
privately. So I think the concern is that nobody could keep it 100% closed. That's the concern. Right. That somehow the shorts will still figure out a method by which to affect how the stock is traded, and it won't be to our benefit. And
There is no price discovery in these markets anymore. Gerald Salente said it, I thought, the best. He said, you can't predict prices in these markets. Everything is rigged.
yeah, well, I'm a big fan of although I haven't participated, but I'm a big fan of the Sorrento Therapeutics solution. It's just a very,
put that up here, Sorrento.
yeah,
Go ahead.
that you could, if it's a company that's been just down to zero, so there's no value, basically, throw it in bankruptcy, get the shorts to cover in bankruptcy, recapitalize the company in bankruptcy, and then have it come out. Nobody gets the company.
Shorts don't cover in bankruptcy.
In Sorrento Therapeutics, they did, because once they were in bankruptcy, there was a lawsuit filed within the bankruptcy to go after the short positions. The judge,
So how much did they pay to cover?
we don't know. The judge ordered the brokers to disclose the positions. They saw there was an overage. They then told them they could cover and get out of the case if they covered by a price that was generated with some kind of committee that was associated with
Shoals or something.
Well, no, it was actually the company. So Sorrento had a committee.
Where did the money go?
The money
Did the
went back to Sorrento. It was like a derivative.
And then the company comes out capitalized with
Yes.
with much fewer shares and cash.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
that was like one. But that was like an odd setup.
But there's no short squeeze. No short.
No, no short squeeze. But you got paid above. You got a reasonable price. So it wasn't the price that the shorts would have wanted paid to cover. It still caused them pain.
It still helped them.
Yeah, but it wasn't a squeeze.
And they didn't go to jail.
Did not go to jail, and they were able to close the positions. And that was in the bankruptcy. So it was a Chapter 11. There was a lawsuit filed in the Chapter 11. And within that lawsuit, they were able to do that. So I see a lot of companies that are trading. Listen, GTII would be, if it wasn't, to me, that's what kind of occurred to me. Mullen, GTI, when a company's trading at like 5 cents and they have no revenue, so there's not like a big upside, throw it into a Chapter 11. So it's not going out of business, just going to do reorganization. Make the shorts cover to the extent you can get shorts to cover, because there probably wasn't 100% coverage even in Sorrento Therapeutics, because it was still an option. But those people left themselves open to be sued. But some will close, and that brings capital into the company, and it does close short positions.
Does the judge have the ability to wipe out all the outstanding crap shares?
I think that what they did is they wiped out everything that was covered. Everything that wasn't covered
still could be uncovered.
Yes. It was still an option.
Shares.
It was an option provided to the scumbags, basically saying, listen, we're giving you an opportunity. You do what you need to do. No liability. You're out. You're out of the case. You don't have to worry about being sued.
So if I were a company, if I were GTII, what I would pursue that, but what I would require for my final acceptance is that by doing that, enough capital came in that I could achieve my next milestones and never have to seek capital again while I was on NASDAQ or on the over-the-counter markets, because the criminals will just short me again.
Yeah.
So you've got to have enough money. Like GME now has $2 billion. You got to have enough money to not go to the criminal U.S. markets. I don't know if Adina Friedman listens to this, or Ann Wagner, or Gary Gensler, or Robert Cook. Do you know that your markets are complete fraud? That companies that come to the market for capital get destroyed?
And think about this, like Sorrento Therapeutics. So that was a company that I think it's a breast cancer drug. Had a breast cancer drug. There was a competing company, a much bigger company, that had an older breast cancer drug that I think that they had worked with Merck on. So they were making a lot of money in royalties. They bought the drug from Sorrento. They killed the drug from Sorrento. They didn't want the competition, so they basically bought it and killed it. They ended up in litigation. They both had arbitration, because must have been an arbitration provision. They both arbitrated claims against each other the bigger company had won a bigger claim than Sorrento, and that put them into bankruptcy. And during the process, when the arbitration awards came out, that's when they were shorted because the shorts knew that they were in a bad economic position and couldn't pay the judgment of the older company. That's what got into bankruptcy in the first place. But these were cancer drugs. We talk about that again.
The shorts never die. The shorts never get cancer. Assholes.
I think the shorts are cancer.
They are cancer. Very good.
Yeah.
So you do have a brain as good as your son's.
Not quite, but
You could have
decent.
gone to Harvard.
Decent.
It says here, the plaintiff requests the court find the lending agreement voidable and subject to rescission.
Right.
Isn't that pretty important?
If it's granted.
But you're saying arbitration.
Yeah. You have to get through that. Listen, if you get through the arbitration aspect, then again, I think not that it's easy, but you change the equation.
Okay, so if it does, let's say it's within 60 days and that does happen, do you think Wall Street will come to us with a global settlement for everybody?
Probably not right away. No, they'll probably do something the opposite.
Okay,
they'll probably put out a bunch of press releases and whatever, the opposite direction.
Can you, without me tainting your answer, because everyone's heard my blatherings, what do you think about quote unquote resolution, settlement, timelines, how it might evolve or devolve, or what are your thoughts?
I think it's I thought second half of when I was asked, I was hoping second half of 2024. So is it possible? Yeah, it's still possible. But I think it's going to need one of these actions, like Mark's action, one of them to trigger something. I'm losing faith, and I know other people have their faith, and that's fine. That's great. But I'm losing faith in terms of expecting Congress to jump in. I do myself. I think, I don't have a lot of faith in that. And even I know the DGAT and Jim Jordan, all that stuff. And if that happens, that's great. My concern with something like that is that they don't take care of themselves and ignore everybody else. So if DGAT cuts their own deal and it kind of goes away, then that's great if you own DJT stock, but not for anybody else. So, as a matter of fact, I would prefer, because I saw Devin Nunes out publicly a lot, and I saw him on X, I saw him posting things. I prefer to see that because that makes me believe that he's not cutting a deal. When I don't hear from him, that makes me concerned that he's trying to protect some deal that he's negotiating. So that's the way I think about it.
So what time frame do you have for a resolution, and what form, what venue will it, what angle? I don't know. I don't want to taint your answer, but what avenue will the resolution come down?
Well, I'm hoping the impetus for the resolution is one of these actions, one of the lawsuit that we're talking about. Or I think there's only two right now. If you ask me what's on the table that's most likely to result in a resolution, that lawsuit, some resolution, or somebody like Nunez and that being a bigger solution and forcing some kind of modification of the policy. Other than that, realistically, right now, I don't see anything else. Now, that doesn't mean that tomorrow somebody might file something new. I'm sure it's going to happen, by the way. There'll be filings and things, and maybe some of them will be helpful, and maybe somebody new. And I don't understand why I know Kristen talks about this too. We talk about this. I don't understand why somebody just didn't pick this up as an election year idea and representing retail. How would you not get tremendous support? Now, of course, you have your supporters who might be institutional clients that may not like it. But I thought from a grand scheme of things that somebody should have jumped on this. And maybe somebody will maybe during this election campaign, maybe after this election campaign. But I know that I thought that once we got to like April, May, it would be difficult to get Congress to do something because they'd be in the middle of the election season and they'd be doing their own thing. I can't, hopefully Jim Jordan, who's in a safe position, he would not have to be concerned about those things because I think he's not going to be, he's going to win re-election anyway.
So if things went swimmingly, how quickly could there be a resolution? And if things kind of meandered, how long could it take?
Well, it could take, unfortunately, it could take a couple, like we talked about class action. If this ended up being a class action, that could be a couple more years. On the flip side, if, let's say, they served it today, and let's say in 30 days they file their motion to compel arbitration, I'm just estimating. Let's say there's a ruling on that 45 days later, then maybe 90 days. I'm talking about from today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's kind of giving you like, one was kind of like one end and one was the other end.
That's what I asked for. So let me riddle me this. If Batman, if Greg McCabe is able to, and I think he will be, able to drill his 5 wells and complete them by the end of the year, that's operationally. And let's just say that would be 20 wells. Let's say that that's enough that he's ready to go forward, maybe turn the taps on, have a proved reserves report, have an engineering report, and it shows that the per share value is, I'll make it up, $500. Will that cause Wall Street to want to come to the table, or will they still hide behind their lawyers' skirts?
They'll still hide, but they may also take it seriously. And let's distinguish, by the way. So in this lawsuit, the valuation is based upon what the plaintiff was trying to sell the stock at. The second valuation we were talking about was valuing the asset.
Yeah.
So kind of two different approaches, because it might be a lot of people try to sell shares, and that might be the number. There might be a number, but the point, and kind of the way I was thinking about it is unsettled trade. So if it's unsettled, then the valuation is still running because the clock has an end until you settled. So I think you could take the highest price at that time, which might give you the valuation you're talking about. The property being developed with oil and gas, if it's not settled till then, whenever that happens.
With all of my respect to law and to lawyers, on the good side anyway, I think the only way to catch out Wall Street is to cost them money. I don't think they're afraid of lawyers. So that's why I'm asking that. If settling the shares that don't exist is by the cash value of those shares at 500, 1,000, 1,500, I'm making the numbers up, it starts getting scary to the brokers who haven't covered. And that would be an impetus, maybe.
The other thing, and we haven't seen it, but we've been calling out for it. I'm sure you're welcoming them today too. Any whistleblower who was working at, let's say, Fidelity, and had personal knowledge of shenanigans that went on with regard to X, Y, and Z, they could be, rich beyond their dreams if they came forward. I understand like the concern, because you'd be concerned for your safety, I would think, because you'd be putting a lot of money in jeopardy. But I'm amazed that somebody hasn't gone for it yet. But I'm not. But I'm still holding out that somebody at some point in time, maybe at the end of their career, I understand somebody at the beginning of their career, they might want to not rock the boat because they don't want to be banned from the industry, and they don't know the outcome of what a whistleblower complaint's going to be. But somebody maybe at the end of their career who has no real downside in terms of needing further employment, Listen, I'm reaching out to you. So anybody who wants to whistleblow, please. It's one of my favorite instruments.
I love that idea. I just should make clear that my opinion of what happened in the 2008 running of Wall Street ran to the taxpayer to save their own rear ends. And we did save them. They became banks, so they get protected. So they sent their risk arb desks out of the brokerage firm because that's now a bank. Well, the risk arb, in my opinion, divided into hedge funds. Those guys went and started hedge funds, and then the prime brokerage. So the firm could still get all the revenue from trading, but the trading desk became a hedge fund. Well, that meant there's no compliance officer. There's no integrity of the system anymore. So the cheating happens with the hedge funds. The prime broker doesn't want to give up that revenue, and the market maker would be waiting tables unless he took the orders. So no one asks any questions, but I want to emphasize, I think in the brokerage firm itself, the broker dealer, I think everyone's every single person is honest. They just don't understand what's going on. And they're all 12 years old. They don't know.
But I have about 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
All right, we can go. You can go, or do you want to?
I got 10 more minutes. I got 10 more.
Do you have a joke? I was going to say, Ham said without Richard, I was going to say we couldn't tell what a good joke is.
That's true. That's true. You need a sense of comparison, right?
What a real sense of humor is.
William Shakespeare was married to a woman called Anne. Anne hath a will, Anne hath a way.
Oh, it is hilarious.
It had to be only William related jokes. So, you're limited there. And by the way, I do much better just not like written jokes.
I don't know if I'm Richard or poorer listening to your jokes.
Nice.
Can you move?
I don't think they have any more space for people. They might have space for shares. So I wouldn't move there. I wouldn't move there myself.
Very funny. Yes, you can move your shares. It doesn't matter where you reside. Are there pros and cons for AST transfer? You know what? Before I give mine, I'll ask you yours because I've given mine so much. I think people would rather hear from you as an attorney without giving legal advice.
Yeah. Con being that something unforeseen happens and you've moved to AST and for some reason you are impacted by that. I don't know what that is at the moment, but anything's possible. And I think we went through an example of Dole Pineapple where people might be treated differently based upon their share position. And again, I think I indicated that if it were me, if I could, I would. So that's my statement. Using the Dole Pineapple example,
Dole Pineapple was brought private. Sorry, it was bought private. So there were extra shares. The judge determined what the value was, $5 or something, $3.97, something like that.
Yeah, it was a premium to the buy because it was what the CEO was doing some kind of transaction.
Yeah, but remember, that means if you have MMTLP in our example, Nextbridge is going to continue. You're going to own part of a private company. Yes, it's not liquid. But if you leave it up to a judge to decide what MMTLP is worth, yes, maybe she'll decide it's worth the right number, but she might decide it's something less too. So,
people they get burned out over time. So maybe they get more stead in their position.
The criminals are going to hire Gibson Dunn.
They will.
We're going to hire Richard Hofman. I mean, who would you rather be with? I'm kidding. Why don't you go work for Gibson Dunn? You'd be rich.
Yeah, not my son worked at a big Wall Street firm for about 4 years, and he was fine, but it's a terrible lifestyle.
It's soul sucking.
Terrible. I've been a solo most of my life, and I had a family and whatever, and it gave me flexibility.
Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
No problem.
Finish if you want to, but ocean sailing is a opera lover and a gardener, and
nice.
she's great. She's got great observations. Here's one of the most common. I will agree with Ocean that Wall Street had one responsibility other than allowing for trading, which that's gone. In my judgment, that's in the court system. That's something that has to be litigated. But Wall Street has to give you 1 share of Nextbridge for 1 share of MMTLP. To me, if you don't ask for it, when it comes to court, the other side's going to say, Your Honor, they never asked for it. We could have delivered it. Anyway,
well, I don't think, in my opinion, they couldn't, because we know that there's dilution. They can't deliver 1 for 1. Yeah, because TradeStation said there was. TradeStation said they were upside down.
TradeStation is something like 100,000 shares.
I know.
I know.
But let's say there should be 1,100,000,000 shares. And
right. So answer ocean sailing without me muddying it up.
I don't see it that way, but I understand the position. I just don't see the difference. I don't see how the treatment's going to be different. I don't feel like you're consenting to FINRA. Certainly if you say you're not consenting to FINRA. But listen, everybody has an opinion, and this is not stuff that's set in stone. So ocean sailing's position might be the right position and might be more valuable than anybody else's position, because nobody knows.
I'm not sure you agree with FINRA. What you're doing is acknowledging that Wall Street belatedly honored its responsibility to deliver 1 share of Nextbridge to you. I'd rather personally be in possession of Nextbridge, because if at some point the bus gets full, the rest of everybody's going to be scrambling to get at those shares. But
yeah, let me answer it this way. Theoretically, you might be giving up a claim against your broker. That's the argument. So let's say you could arbitrate a claim against your broker, because let's say I had shares at Fidelity, so I can go sue Fidelity. If I'm at AST, do I now have standing to go after Fidelity because I don't have any Fidelity shares? That's the question. You may have damages that arise before anyway, so maybe you do, but it's an open question, I would say. It's not I wouldn't say exactly 100% I'd feel comfortable that there's no risk that I would lose those rights. So that's what you give up, potentially, the right to go after your broker.
A lot of this lawsuit is because the client, the investor, asked for their shares and didn't get them. But if you don't ask, how do you prove you couldn't have gotten them? I know what you're arguing, that we have some evidence of overage, but a court's going to say, yeah, but you didn't ask. How do you know they couldn't have? How do you know your brokerage firm couldn't have delivered? And I would argue, I don't know.
Well, I could testify. I could testify that you could have asked your broker and they still would have said no. They wouldn't have provided anyway. How do I know that? Because I was in arbitration where they didn't agree to provide.
That's Fidelity.
Yeah, that's Fidelity. But Fidelity,
I got my shares from Morgan Stanley 2 months ago. Whatever.
I don't know the position. Oh, by the way, it's funny. It's funny I didn't mention this. I don't know the position, but my understanding is Fidelity has one of the largest positions. But the irony is, in one of the recent filings, that's funny, I should have mentioned this. One of the recent filings that their attorneys made, they didn't want me to broadcast the hearings because they're familiar with hundreds of hours of analysis on my YouTube channel that they're aware of. So somebody at Fidelity or the attorney is actually watching these videos, by the way, hello, and must be taking notes, whatever. And when they say hundreds of hours, I think the calculation is if there's like 2,000 people watch for 20 minutes, that's 40 hours. I think that's the only way it makes sense. But I found it really funny. But it also made me think that they're probably trying to communicate that they know that it's not like a secret. They realize that I'm talking about it, and I will talk about the arbitration too.
Good.
And I will talk about it. It's good to expose them.
Have you cleared that with your client?
I have. He decided it was okay. So, but they're, you know, taking the position that they'd rather have it out in the open, that they're going to be really difficult.
Wow.
And that's, so in my opinion, what they're doing is a tactic. In one of their briefs, they put it in there. I thought it was a giveaway. I don't think they really thought about it that way, but they're literally spending countless hours watching YouTube videos, or else they wouldn't know the content, obviously. And I thought that was odd and a little creepy. And it suggested they were creating a position to support that didn't necessarily have anything to do
They're
with
probably billing Fidelity $1,000 an hour to watch.
I think the CEO of Fidelity might be watching. That's what she's spending her time on.
So riddle me this, Batman. Why haven't more broker dealers broken ranks? There's apparently 104, 105 broker dealers in this situation. They can't all be like Fidelity or Ameritrade.
No, and I think like some Canadian brokers did, some small brokers may
have settled.
Yeah, I think
they've cleaned it up.
I think small ones. And I know that, I don't know this personally, but my understanding is that a bunch of them reached out to NextBridge early on. Like, so, you know, either in end of 2022 or beginning of 2023, they or their agents reached out to see if they could acquire some shares from NextBridge. And I think some of those were Canadian and some of them were just small brokerages. I think the bigger ones just kind of stuck, and they're like, you know, if we have to pay, we will, but we got your money. We use your money, right? They're using their money. They can lend out. They're operating. They have the extreme leverage, right?
Well, Bob NextBridge, which isn't a real name, you know our real names, but I'll tell you one thing: Richard Hofman is not a fraud.
But I like the name. I like Bob NextBridge.
It's so clever, Bob NextBridge.
Is it really Robert though? Maybe it's Robert.
Do you know what you call a bridge that's not connected on each side of the river? Bob.
Okay.
It's floating in the river.
I like, by the way, I also like Lion of All Trades name. And I like
Lion of All Trades is a good name.
And I like the insignia too. Since my daughter is a zookeeper. Are
you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, what's her favorite animal in the zoo? Not a individual, as in general.
Well, her favorite animal are cats. She likes cats.
Oh, she likes the big cats?
Well, she likes the little cats, actually. She likes house cats.
I used to walk up to the Washington Zoo when I lived up in Mount Pleasant. I would walk on a long walk, and I would go see the prairie dogs. That would make you so happy to watch prairie dogs. They're full of life running around. I love all the animals.
There's a wild animal park near San Diego. The San Diego Zoo is great too because it's huge.
Yeah, I've gone through the train on that.
Yeah, there's a wild animal park that's really big, so the enclosures for the animals are really large, and you can see them doing their natural behaviors because they have so much space to go. That I really like.
I don't like the snakes.
We've had some when we grew up, my young kids.
I don't like snakes.
Yeah, I thought, by the way, I was thinking when Ham was on there.
Why did God create snakes or cockroaches?
When Ham was on there, Ham was playing one of William. Ham was throwing his voice, I think.
Oh. I was selling half at 1,000. So Busy Brands says that Wes had to reschedule whatever that call was he's having. So check in with Junk Savvy. I wonder if Richard is cold. He's been sitting with no jacket in the snow.
You can see I am. I'm wearing a
I-
sweatshirt, no jacket though.
I thought you meant if his sense of humor had gone cold, but I guess we all know the answer.
My
Yeah.
father, when he must have been like 17 during the war, he was pretty dumb, I think. He's deceased now, so I could say it, but he must have been pretty dumb because he was skiing across the Alps when he was like 17, 18,
With no coat?
with just going from place to place. He would go, he lived part of the war in Germany, part of the war in Italy. He was a mechanic. And my mother was in a camp, so he occasionally would go through the Alps to visit her at the camp because they'd met.
How
before.
could they'd let people in
No, but you could stay on the outskirts of the camp.
and they wouldn't come grab him?
Well, you had to be alert. You couldn't
Oh
just
my
like wait,
gosh.
no signs and no lights, whatever.
Were they married at the time?
But they had met each other before the war. So they were like, girlfriend, boyfriend kind of starting off. But it was, but they were teenage, probably like 16, 17, somewhere in that age.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, my father would ski. He was supposedly a great skier. So here we are. That's the background.
Gotcha. I want the oil. I need to be an AST. Yeah, MMTLP isn't anything. It doesn't own anything. It doesn't have management. It's nothing.
Of course, my Fidelity shares say Nextbridge.
Well, mine don't. Well, mine are gone now, but so what? They can call it whatever. Ham has told you TD illegal terminated my account.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know what? I agree. It's bad faith, and it's kind of like Las Vegas. If you win too much, they can kick you out of the casino.
You bust your knuckles.
Yeah, they even if you're good. But in there, I was looking at the contract. The contract says they can terminate you.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure if my shares are at my broker, they are counterfeit shares. What FINRA did with the corporate action is illegal. Yeah, but I don't think you give up any of that payout by being at the transfer agent. That's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, and I got to go after this, but
all right,
you also have to remember, depends on who you're going after. If you're going after your broker, it can't be FINRA, right? You don't want to put the responsibility on FINRA. It's on your broker. If you're going against FINRA, then you don't want to put the responsibility on your broker. It's kind of that way. So for me, like if I'm going after Fidelity, it's great that FINRA are scumbags and they'll do what they are, but I can't sit there and place my case on that because then they're going to say, well, why don't you go after FINRA? That's the bad guy, not your broker. Anyway, unfortunately I do have to go. I'm not aware. I see the question. I'm not aware of the lawsuit. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah. One benefit of moving is you get some percentage ownership of overrides that you won't get if you stay.
Right. And somebody says Nuco shares, maybe the dividend, the spinoff.
I really appreciate that you joined us, Richard, and I'm sorry that the beginning was so
no problem
discombobulated. Maybe that was my payback for trying to.
No, I blame Busy Brands for that.
He's usually Busy's fault.
He's usually responsible for those things. He knows it. Whatever. He appreciates it and knows it. So what can you do?
Busy's fault.
All right. Anyway, thank you.
I'll stay on to answer some questions, but
thanks everybody.
Thank you very much, Richard.
And again, if anybody is interested in following up on GTII, reach out to me at Tesla 420.
I will commit to join your efforts.
Anybody and everybody is welcome. No cost to anybody.
Hey, Junk Savvy is here.
Oh, hi, Junk.
Yeah. See, I told you she was in movies and on the silver screen. She's a movie star.
I want to see the movies. And
I don't know if she was, but
Thank you, JS. And yeah, we were talking about that the response is going to be, and thank you for the information and the breaking news.
So why don't you, before you go, just say the compliments you gave to her when she wasn't here?
Oh, I hope she was listening. Oh,
I
I was
don't
just
know
saying,
that she
I was just saying that she's just super smart and has an ability to absorb information that most people don't. And it's appreciated. And everybody who gets to listen to her gets the benefit of that. I think she does a great job hosting spaces, and it's appreciated. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
All right. Take
Thank
care, everybody. Good luck. Be
Not
well.
legal.
All right. See you soon.
Bye. And everybody, you should listen to Junk Savvy's call this morning on Twitter. I'm sure it was recorded. I can take the risk of moving this off, I think. Yeah. Add to stage, and I'll remove this one. There we go. But anyway, listen to Junk Savvy's call. She did a tremendous job going over the lawsuit and managed the questions and summarized the points extremely well. It's not a waste of your time. He blames busy brand for everything. Thank you, Doug. Yeah, the if you move to the transfer agent, you assuming the SEC approves it, you get to participate in the. I promised to get that prospectus and read it. I haven't done it yet, but you get a percentage of his 10% override and some piece of some other action, and it could be worth something. It doesn't have to be small at all. Thank you, Junk. Everybody loves Junk Savvy. Yes, everybody watch for Wes Christian and Junk Savvy. What I heard is going to happen is an hour-long interview. Nobody's going to be able to interrupt Wes, and Junk will be able to guide the discussion with Wes herself. So I think it's going to be a great call. I don't know about Wes Christian's lawsuit, but I would guess that Wes is much in the position as Mark Bazile is. You don't want to talk publicly about your case. You don't want to give away your strategy. You don't even want to give away where you have an aha moment or you found something or you can kick their butt in court. You don't want to warn them. That's my guess. Of course, it's like that movie with My Cousin Vinny, where Joe Pesci finds out that he has a right to all the other side's information. Maybe they have a right to it, but thank you, Lion of All Trades. The bubble is going to eventually pop. Let me see this. If I don't ask for them to be held somewhere else, I still own them. If I don't transfer and I don't get my oil, I'm going to need. Yeah, I really think people, and I really respect Ocean Sailing's brains, her knowledge, her ability to process and make decisions. I mean, she's very impressive with her questions and insight. But I just have a different point of view. I think if you move to NextBridge, you know you have your property. Now, you may question whether that's worth something. As a person that perceives oil and gas to be a place to be in the future, commodities in general, I'm happy there. But anything you can describe to me that you're going to benefit, that you're going to get by a lawsuit, by owning MMTLP, I think you're going to be offered that same payout if you're at the transfer agent. Why? The problem is so big. They're going to come to everybody, and they'll resolve it with cash wherever the shares come from, counterfeit or real. That's my opinion. Also, any dividend, I think Greg McCabe will require it goes to everybody. Any pain and suffering or settlement of criminal malfeasance or treble damages or any of it, I think it'll go to everybody, because Greg McCabe will not agree a settlement unless it's covered to everybody. That's my opinion, but I could be wrong, and ocean sailing could be 100% correct. I haven't even mentioned Wes Christian's work on a major lawsuit. I guess partly I haven't mentioned it because I don't know much about it other than he's been working on it. And Clay, Junk Savvy was going to have a call with Wes tomorrow. So it's being rescheduled. So I would imagine it will be this week or not too far distant future. So I think you'll be able to hear directly from Wes Christian in a spectacular interview with Junk Savvy, everything that he's able to say. And I think that would be better than me guessing and talking as if I know something which I really don't know anything about. But yeah, Wes Christian is there fighting it, and it's tremendous. And by the way, if you want to know, it's my understanding Ham made that introduction of Wes Christian to John Burden. I could be wrong. I think that's correct. I'm going to skip that. I think that's yeah, David, I believe that if they fill up the bus, so to speak, or the airplane or the stadium, then every share in the broker's accounts are counterfeit. That's totally correct. I think we're helping our own cause, and I'm not saying Ocean has to do it, but to the extent that many of us are comfortable moving our shares over to the transfer agent, and as you put it, the bus is full, that gives Greg McCabe great power when he goes before Ann Wagner and she says in a closed door hearing, well, you don't know that the shares at the brokerage firms are counterfeit. He'll say, well, what I do know, Your Honorable Ann Wagner, is we've already allocated all of the shares that are available to allocate, and they're all sitting in physical form in the customer's name at the transfer agent. So all I know, you used to be Honorable Ann Wagner. Anything in the brokerage accounts are counterfeit. And that would be a powerful weapon, I think, we could give to them. I don't know if this is a serious question, but yes, if you want to know that you own your proportional ownership in the Oro Grande project and the rest of it, you need to own NextBridge shares. If you own MMTLP, all you have is a representation that you should have shares. And right now, I just disagree with Ocean on this, but Not Legal Advice agreed with Ocean and could see her point of view. So I'm probably wrong. But Wall Street had two obligations. One was to let the stock trade for 2 days. And clearly we would have made a ton of money, because even in this, it says that shares traded as high as for $2,400 executed, and the cash went into people's accounts. We would have had a winning trade. I agree with Ocean on that. But that's never coming back. I don't think. Maybe it'll come back in some form in litigation, but I'm not going to count on it, because the Gibson Dunn lawyer types will argue to Congress that these banks are so important to our economy. If you do this, they will fail. And Congress will say, oh, there's a special dispensation here for it. But the other obligation was to issue 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. We can't get around that. When we bought MMTLP, that's a fact. It was Wall Street's only obligation was to deliver 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. Yes, they should have given those 2 days of trading. But remember, the last day of trading that was allowed was the record date. So those 2 days of trading, a lawyer could argue the ownership was already recorded. So look, I'm totally on your side. I would have loved to sell out. I guess it could have been, you could have put next day trades in on Friday and same day trades in on Monday, and that would have accomplished it. But Wall Street will argue, I think, that FINRA halted trading. They didn't halt trading. Now, we will then have to go in and argue that, wait a minute, Wall Street, you control FINRA, but it gets all complicated. So if I were a lawyer on the other side, I would say, well, Your Honor, the whoever, which side of the court it is, the argumentative type over there is never asked to have their shares converted into NextBridge. How does he know that the brokerage firm at that time couldn't have given him the shares? I don't know. I just would rather have asked and received my shares, or in the case of this case, asked and not received my shares, then I have a basis to sue. But I'll think about it, because I know I can be slow thinking sometimes. All right, let's go to the bottom. I'm coming in late. I know, CB. I didn't tell the whole. I'm. Everybody involved in it probably has their own angle on it. But for me, quite a few things in my life that I counted on, and friends, everything went wrong all at once. And, I think it's Drew, but this person called tabloid by alpaca. You know, it's I think it's bullying, it's mean, it's unfair, but and he makes allegations that are not correct. But I think it reflects who he is, not who I am. But I went through a period of time where I was asset rich, but cash poor. And I friends and people I put first in any deal I entered into. I put the client first. I put my partner second. I put myself last. But you know, I hate to quote Trump, but he says, rely on yourself. If you rely on anyone else, they'll disappoint you. And a lot of people not only they just disappointed me. But I found myself in a situation where I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I had nowhere to turn. I asked a couple of people. One of my friends didn't have, anyway, I'm not going to go into specifics. And my dad wasn't there to help me. And I'm the one that used to help everyone else in my family, except for my father. But he was, I don't know, it was a nightmare. I've never been through any of it. I don't know how I went as far as I did. COVID happened. So when I filed things, it got, somehow I didn't, the court wasn't even open. You couldn't even go in and drop it in the box. And somehow I screwed something up, and it was a complete nightmare. And at the end of the day, this tabloid by alpaca, I lost 800 grand. And I lost the ability to negotiate with my creditors. And probably I lost the ability to profit if we had renovated the property, because real estate's done nothing but go up, 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 up. And this jerk makes fun of me. And he's wrong. He says here, I get paid by a hedge fund. I think because he put that in writing, I could sue him. I think that is libel. Yeah, I think it's libel when you put it in writing. And I just took a picture of it. So anyway, CB, I apologize for having gone over that, but it's very uncomfortable for me. I don't like remembering it. I had a dream about it last night. I woke up sweating. I dreamt that I was with friends and we were walking through a neighborhood, and all of a sudden we were walking by my old house, which I loved, by the way, and I immediately turned and went the other direction. And I woke up in sweats. I hate talking about it. And I hate being embarrassed, but I don't know what way I don't know why I have to be open with everybody. But this guy makes accusations and points out during a difficult, the one thing with the person I signed the contract with, I really believe she couldn't understand how a man didn't have enough money to cover those things. Oh, fair enough. But there was a trust issue, I think, going on. I don't know. But I relied on her. But, it's nobody's fault but mine. It's years of maybe playing I don't know. It's nobody's fault but mine. And tabloid by alpaca, I think he's operating from the evil side of the table. But CB, for the last 2, 3, 4 years, I've been in a state of shock. and my sister knows I've been pretty angry. And I've withdrawn from my friends because I don't know who my friends are. And I've also been in this fight. But over Lent, I made a promise over Lent. My commitment over Lent was to let this go, to let my anger go, to take full responsibility myself, not blame anybody else, and to find joy in today, find my purpose in today, and look forward. And then this PRICK comes along, and I know who it is. And if you guys trust him as a friend, as soon as he gets his $1 million or he gets his big payday from the hedge fund, he's going to say, sayonara, baby. And he'll be bragging about it for the rest of his life. And all those giggling, laughing people that join in on his space calls, they'll be off with him. But anyway, it's up to you. Do what you have to do. I don't know that Finger reported. Let me look. Let me look. May 17th is the last filing, so they did not file today, Laffy. Today is the 28th. One place to find out when earnings are expected is on Yahoo Finance. It's one place. You can also go to OTC Markets, but on Yahoo Finance, it says let me see. Key events. It says earnings date on Yahoo Finance. It says earnings date May 28th through June 3rd. So it could be tomorrow or it could be all the way to June 3rd. So, Laffy, my opinion on Finger's earnings is it's whatever it is, Jeff Easton and his clients will short the stock, whatever the earnings are. So whatever, if they're good or bad, they are going to punish the stock because they want you to think that somehow out on Wall Street, somebody that cares about the company looked at the earning and said, oh gosh, they're bad. It's just going to be the trick of the shorts. So I do not expect earnings to make the stock go up. I really don't. So I wouldn't be anxious every single day. What's the earnings? When's the earnings? Now, having given you that point of view, what I do expect is to see dramatically higher revenues. Dramatically. Why? Because China is no longer in a lockdown, because at a minimum, their minutes business has to be growing at a minimum. So I expect to see much better revenues. What will be interesting to study is what guidance they give on their margins and their earnings going forward, specifically in the area of big data, the insurance, and some of the other initiatives they have. Because, Laffy, what is going to be important with Finger is that investors know that in the third quarter of our year, their second quarter, possibly earnings turn positive and they stay positive forever and they grow forever. That will cause Wall Street institutions to buy the stock. That will drive the stock to a higher nexus, if I can use that word. Right now, the nexus seems to be around 3 or 4 or 5, whatever number you want to pick. That's good enough for Jeff Easton and Lynn Partners, and Benchmark referred them. And if any CEOs are listening, do not do business with Lynn Partners or Jeff Easton. You'll just end up in the gutter forever. If instead of trading around $3 or $4 all the time, it starts trading around $7, or it starts trading around $10, and it never comes back down, and it's in a whole new orbit, that's when the pressure comes on Jeff Easton's criminal clients. Jeff Easton is just a stupid front because he's willing to be a liar and a charmer. He's just a front for criminal short sellers. Those criminal short sellers don't want to lose money. And they do this across many companies. And as soon as Finger starts costing them money and it looks like they can't keep it down, they'll cover. And could it be a squeeze? Yes, at that time it could be a squeeze. That's how I see it. By the way, just to remind everybody, everything I say is my own opinion and my own judgment. It is personal, but Lion, I really, in my lifetime, I'm just not clever enough with how to handle things. So my only defense is to tell people what happened. And if you still judge me as bad, that's fine. But at least you heard a little bit from my side. I could go on and I could get upset. I could probably do 5 hours, but I tried to abbreviate it. And I think this guy is behaving in an evil way. I hope his glee and his joy, it gets him a long way in his life. I hope that he never faces a situation when everyone runs out on him, when he's down to his last shuck and there's nothing left to lose. I couldn't even get my friends to help me for $7,500 to save hundreds of thousands of dollars of equity. I couldn't even get that done. It wasn't good. But anyway, it's past. It's past. And you know what? People out there have lost so much money. They've lost their loved ones. They've lost people to suicide. They've lost people to heart attacks. They've lost their homes. They've lost their dreams. All because of this criminality on Wall Street. All because of hedge funds and just awful lawyers, immoral lawyers, and judges that are bought out. And I'd rather fight that than wallow in my self-pity. I do need a new PC. I like how you think. Let's see what Ocean is saying. I'm coming from a legal standpoint. I'm not against Nextbridge. I have to keep my options open. Well, I'm not a lawyer. I guess if it's Nextbridge, they owe you Nextbridge. And that's a pretty compelling argument, I guess. But I just find the whole thing, they're all liars. And if this becomes $1 trillion problem, they're going to run to mommy and they're going to say, Ann Wagner, please save us. We're your banks, and the United States needs us, and please save us from this liability. And Ann Wagner will pass a law that any claim against the brokerage firms for Nextbridge has to be limited to 3 times what you paid for the stock or something. I don't know. I just don't trust it. But I would listen to Ocean Sailing because I have found her observations always sober, always spot on. So just because I'm speaking from the other side doesn't mean she's wrong. Wow. Went to 25,000. See, I think it's going to be hard to win that in court. I think the reason Jessica Hopper, I think that's who did it, found the reason for a U3 halt is it was going to go to 25,000 a share or 40,000 a share. And FINRA, who's there to protect Goldman Sachs, is there. Gary Gensler, who's there to protect Goldman Sachs, not you. Adina Friedman, who's there to protect Carlyle, not you. Decided, let's take our chances by stopping trading. And if we get into court, we can litigate, and whatever it costs us will be cheaper than 25 or 40,000 a share. I think that's what they thought. Yeah, I think Finger is a great thing to buy. Okay, Finger, Jeff says Finger is reporting on May 29th. Well, Elizabeth Warren is a big disappointment. She's very much aware of how the banksters are destroying the middle class. But as soon as she had a tearful meeting with Ted Kennedy, and she writes about it in her book. But once she became senator, she didn't do anything. She sold out to the Hillary Clinton wing of the Democratic Party, which is completely corrupted by money. Wow. Buck, I used to worry about, am I a success? I'm right now, I agree with you with that. But right now, I'm trying to understand. I mean, it's going to sound so corny, but I'm trying to understand what the man upstairs is asking me to do with the rest of my life. And I'm not trying to be, so anyway, I don't see success the way I did as a younger person. I think success, this guy, what is his stupid name? Tabloid by Alpaca. He's not thinking about the hereafter. He's not thinking about how he has to go before God and explain his actions. all of this that he's doing, I'm taking it to me, for me, I can only speak for me. God's going to forgive him if he asks for forgiveness, but in his arrogance, he may wait too late. As far as I'm concerned, he knows not what he does. And, it says more about him than it says about me. But it is confusing. What am I supposed to do now to be successful with what's left in my life? And Buck, I started doing this back when I believed these stocks really had value that could, and we could fight this. But I did it to try to protect people from the FUDsters and to support him, because he was fighting this all alone. And then I've joined in. I saw Anna, Queen of Trades, in the hallways. Unlike other people, all of us, we were a group going place to place. She went out on her own with her list, fearlessly, going from door to door on her list. And she had the smarts to make it the list of the Financial Services Committee. And she was doing it alone. She stood up to Gary Gensler alone. I took the picture. I was the pictures, but she stood up to Gary Gensler alone. And I'm just amazed at how people, Junk Savvy, Busy Brands, Busy Brands works his ass off. He doesn't make any money doing this. And he's tireless. And he does this for all of you. I've never noticed Richard Hofman to send a bill anywhere. I've never noticed Richard Hofman to say, I'm not going to do this until I know how I'm paid. Mark Bazile has been willing to challenge, break down new barriers in the law. For example, he got the usury catalog of charges in New York against the Kramers. So, of course, the Kramers come down to Virginia. But at least he's fighting. Rosa filed her case. 100% is so smart and amazing. All of these questions, Ocean just now, everybody, it's amazing. So, Buck, I figure that I have to keep going with this. And I'm not saying there's anything good about me doing it, but I don't think I'm supposed to stop yet, I guess is all I'm saying. It doesn't make me feel good it's embarrassing. And if you think about the times men get angry or get in fights or react or commit suicide, any of these things, it all pretty much boils down, they got embarrassed in front of people. Pretty much what it always boils down to. All right, let me go down to the bottom. When MMTLP will never trade. It will never trade. MMTLP will never trade. And it shouldn't. And if it does, you'll lose all your money. NASDAQ shows finger reporting June 4th to 6th. So I guess we just don't know when they're going to report. That's a good point. If we get a real count, we could calculate. I bet mathematicians could come in and calculate what a squeeze. Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's a good point. That's it, Keith. I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with you more. All right, so now I'm worn out by that. I wish I didn't have to talk about it, and I'm willing to have to create a video or have a live just to talk about me and what I went through, the mistakes I made. Um, I'm glad I don't prefer it, but I'm glad to do it, to be open. Um, this guy says Ham, Ace, William, Mayo, Avid, they're all were associated or paid by a hedge fund manager. I'm not associated with a hedge fund. I've never been paid by a hedge fund. Um, uh, I guess it depends on your definition of associated. I'm associated with Tabloid by Alpaca by some definitions. I've had the pleasure of seeing his ugly mug and learning his handle on Twitter and reading his slanders and libels at me. So I guess I'm associated with him. Yeah, I might do some live streams again now that the weather's nice. Um, Smooth speaking, I don't know how to make it clear to you. I am not bullish on GTII if you're trading it. If you're trading GTII, I'm not bullish. So that could change at any time. Oh, I forgot, Mike, to write down his email. Do you know what minute of the call that he gave the email? Because I'm going to join in as well. I'm going to lock up my shares. But if he gets a resolution, it won't be 6 months. It won't be 6 months. I agree, Robin. I think we're going to break through. And what's amazing is I'll use this number 65,000, but it might be 100,000 people now know what goes on. And even if I was down to my last $15, at one point in my life, maybe it might not be the last time I'm down to my last $15. Doesn't mean the facts are wrong. So I really appreciate that guy, whoever he is, doing you a favor, researching in my background to find something wrong about me. I don't even know his name. I think it's Drew or somebody that works with Drew. But hey, you know my name. Novak Djokovic won today, but it was tough on him. It makes me believe he almost certainly will not reclaim the title in Paris. You know what? I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right All right, I'm back. He's giving his opinion the RICO lawsuit would be dismissed. I mean, if he's correct, it's just by chance. He doesn't have any, he doesn't know anything. But Bradley, what's his motive? MMTLP doesn't trade. They can't short the stock anymore. I wonder that. My own opinion is what they're trying to do is make sure you don't move your shares over to the transfer agent. Because I think they believe that with time, the resolution goes down, 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 and they have the attorneys that can make this disappear, and it will be cheaper than if everyone gave their shares to AST, to the transfer agent. But I don't know what's motivating them. I think Drew's being paid off by the shorts, or he's been threatened by a client who he had short in it. That's what I think. I don't understand his persistence. He doesn't help anybody, but he's on every call and he's always got an opinion and he's always wrong. But whatever. All right. So I don't know what else to talk about. Is there anything I can talk about that's positive? Let's just look at some of the prices and then I'll go. Maybe that'll bring up. Okay, Logic closed at 0.0165. Speaking of a company that got crushed by criminal behavior, but if you do the reverse arithmetic on 750 million that they're going to bring in reverse mergers, that's 46 cents a share. And the stock's trading at a penny and a half. I think that's a trade. DJT, 48.73 in the aftermarket, but it traded over $50 today. RCRT is 171. I don't think I'm misreading the tea leaves on the chart and the fact that they've made their filings, so there could be some good news, but I don't know. I might be wrong. It's red today. There's a stock I can't talk about. Finger is up 3 cents in the aftermarket. And let's see. NVIDIA, wow, 1,147. It's going up and it looks like it's going to keep going. But at some point, you don't want to be in these Majestic 7 or the Kingly 8 or whatever they're called, the 6, 7, 8 stocks that always go up. When the market turns, those stocks everybody will get out at the same time. But it doesn't look like NVIDIA is there yet. The demand for their chips is exceptional. But is it worth this price? The stock's priced to perfection. I don't know. I don't know whether there's stock to look up. I'm going to look at X, and I'm going to look at what one person's saying. Wow. And Mullen announces development of a zero emissions, all electric, power up mobile EV charging truck. Amazing. Amazing. All right, so that didn't lead me anywhere. Let me see what Junk Savvy is saying about her interview with, wow, Chase Bank explodes in downtown Youngstown, Ohio. Okay, Junk Savvy says, apologies. Our conversation with attorney Wes Christian is postponed. So stay tuned. And let's just see what the bird lady is saying. New video out on MMAT. She has a 5-minute update on MMTLP. All right. Oh, come on, smooth sailing. You're such an idiot. You're doing that on purpose. You're being stupid on purpose. In every season, there's a time, turn. For every reason, there's a season, turn. Smooth speaking, sailing, GTII, just look, oh God. You get when a stock's going down, is that where you put all your efforts? I don't know, smooth sailing. You obviously haven't listened. I did hours of videos on GTII. If you want to see my point of view, go listen to those. But until David Reichman leaves GTII, I am not bullish on GTII. Period. GTII will not go up as long as David Reichman is CEO. Unless Alpine collapses and there's a buy-in. It could happen. But I don't see high odds on that. So my goal wasn't to build a channel. And no, I don't think I built it on GTII, but thanks for stopping by. GTII could be bigger than GME. Let me see. Assuming we can make the stock run and there's a buy-in of 550 million shares, if there is 550 million shares, let's say at an average of $250 a share. Yeah, it could be a pretty big thing. You're right about that, smooth speaking. GTII in a squeeze could be massive, but we're not there right now. I think we can get there. And smooth, I just don't want to waste everybody's time here. I did video after video on it, live after live. If Reichman goes away, and for example, what I would do if I'm in charge of it, I'm not going to tell you how. I know we could create value almost immediately. We could create transparency and we would go after the shorts and we would make the stock move and we could trigger a squeeze if we did it. I think it will take months, not days, months. I'm not telling you to sell, but I'm not bullish on it right now. If some of these other trades work out, I would suggest adding to your position. Yeah, I think that's right. I do defend Reichman for about 2 years, 2.5 years. You know, he took the note with the Kramers, but then he bought it back. I give him credit for that. He did fight the Kramers and Wall Street, and he tried everything he could think of for about 2 years. I give him credit for that. I do give him credit for that. But now I don't think his interests are aligned with ours. And, you know, you can almost not blame him because it was a tough fight and it looks hopeless. Wall Street's rigged against CEOs. Adena Friedman's markets are rigged against CEOs. Robert Cook is against CEOs. The SEC is against CEOs, and they don't care about retail investors. We're 10% of the market. They don't care about us. They care about Carlyle Group, Citadel, Leon Black's firm, Steve Fink's firm, Stevie Cohen's firm, Jamie Dimon. These are the guys they care about. They care about their jobs at legal firms. And all of it is on the back of you. Which one of these men has done an honest day's work in their life? Well, I don't know how long it's going to be a pension fund for him since he decided to seize control, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what the stock price was, $2, $1.50. I mean, it's not much of a pension. He now owns a big percentage of a 10-cent stock. That's not much of a strategy. But who knows? Maybe they came to him like they came to other people with money, and maybe they've corrupted him. Guys, this is a huge business on Wall Street, and they pay off everybody anywhere and anytime. Well, I've agreed to do that in the past, and I would do it because I believe I can make it happen. But it actually sounds like it opens up a lot of slings and arrows and all that. But if that were to transpire, I'll tell you one thing. I would do everything with Hofman and the guys that were working with the Trento mines, and with him and other people you don't know their name. I would make that stock go up, but I'd also make sure that the criminals got called out. It would be my mission to make sure the Kramers go to prison, and the Hurries never sleep peacefully at night again. Well, Ladlesia, I'm not sure research would have changed the outcome. Because the only thing we should have known is that the sellers just sell. And they pay guys like this jerk. They might have bought out the CEO of Cosmo. Maybe they bought out David Reichman. Who knows? but they'll do anything to break our will. So, because their goal is just to drive the share price down. Someone called it a business model. I think it's a criminal model. I think it's a crime, but they will do anything, pay anybody, bribe anyone, break any law, commit any felony to drive the share price down. And the reason they don't do it all at once is they want to take as much money as they can from you, because to them it's a game. But it's a very rich game. And they get to, some of these day traders that come on here and do all this, they make $500, $1,500 a day. And they get to go home to their nice homes with their nice cars, while you are a tither, and you might be blaming me for everything. They're living the high lifestyle. Oh, that's what Ann Wagner protects. Well, yeah, I would say that's a good summary, but NVIDIA has earnings. But what I would suggest could burst is, I don't even know what the PE ratio is, but PE ratios right now are at all-time highs. And they're all in 6 or 7 stocks, 8 stocks. And they're all these, I don't know what to call them. They're all these sort of application, new technology stocks. Amazon is an application, but it's really just they're taking the benefit of the taxpayers' highways and the taxpayers' city streets, and they're building warehouses with taxpayers' money, and they're putting all the mom and pop shops out of business. And we love it because we can get delivery of our, diapers in 30 minutes. I don't know. What does Jeff Bezos add to the world? That company almost went out. And then you've got Facebook, whatever it does. And they're trying to come up with new AI crap. And then you've got, what's the other one? NVIDIA. Anyway, what I worry about is what people are willing to pay for earnings. The price to earnings ratio will collapse. Not that NVIDIA will not be a great company, but let's just look up NVIDIA's. It's up 74. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, statistics. The market cap on NVIDIA is $2.6 trillion. It's a lot of trillions. The forward price to earnings ratio is 41%. 41%. It's pretty high. But, if their earnings are growing at 40% a year, $62. Wow, Lion. 62 price to earnings. It can still be a great company, and it could trade at 15. PE of 15. I don't know. It's happened. Just look up the Nifty 50. Look up Eastman Kodak. It was a high flyer. It is pretty high. All right. It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to call an end to the stream right there. Thank you for signing in. I'm sorry about the whole back and forth. This computer is old. My other one doesn't have enough memory. So I really need to marry a computer programmer. No, I'm just kidding. I need to change it somehow, and I will. But I appreciate everybody listening. I really appreciate the hard work of Busy Brands, the hard work of Mark Bazile, the hard work of his client, the hard work of Richard Hofman, the hard work of John Savvy, the hard work of 100%, the hard work of Curtis, the hard work of Lion of All Trades, the hard work of the hard work of Ordinary Angler, Sensely, Joanna, Swing, Day Trader. That's the only names. Oh, Howya, and Kevin. Those are the names that I freeze framed. But thanks to everybody. I do have a Best Buy nearby or a Micro Center. Never marry. I never will marry. I will be no man's wife. I expect to be single for the rest of my life. All right, so I'm going to say sayonara and thank you very much to everybody. So peace, love, and happiness. Pray for Jenny L. Pray for Anna, Queen of Trades. Pray for Busy Brands. Pray for Junk Savvy. And pray for all of us. I'll see you tomorrow.